Hi, and welcome to PHP Object Oriented Programming lessons. Today, together, we are going to understand what is actually OOP, which is the short term of Object Oriented Programming, how it works, and what's the difference between procedural and Object Oriented Programming. Just don't worry, it's not really as hard as it seems to you, because you are already familiar with one of the way that we create our programs, which is, as I told, procedural. And what actually the procedural was, I'm gonna open here. What we have been doing, we have been creating variables, and we were giving them some values. We were creating functions, and all of them were working this way, and we could create 100 functions in, for example, in our application. And this was actually good for small applications, and it really worked. But kind of when you have a huge application like Facebook, your apps are crashing. If somewhere in the file you have created a function give, for example, let's say you have 1000 of files, you have 200 people working for you, and somebody else in other file tries to create the same function with the same name. Your app crashes, you get errors, and more problems. Another problem, let's say you have let's say you are Facebook, and we create a user where we to keep the data about user, probably associative array, but I believe that's how we are gonna do if we did not have object-oriented programming. And let's call it name, and the name is gonna be John. Let's put a surname. It's gonna be Green. Let's put age. And it's gonna be 50. Probably good. But now imagine you have 1 million users. You see how hard it is? How long it is? And probably you understand that it's not good. And imagine it's not 3 applications like in Facebook. You have name, surname, age, settings for each user, etc., a ton of stuff, and your application is gonna break very fast because it's very huge. It could work if you had a smaller application, like if we knew, let's say we have just limited 3 users and nothing more. But how we would achieve this in object-oriented way? Actually, it's not really that hard or bad, so let's do it. First of all, object-oriented programming is based on classes. What are the classes? Classes like reusable blueprints, which have properties and methods. Properties are the same variables we have been creating in procedural programming, and the methods are the functions we have been creating with just a bit different names. And to create a class, we create class, keyword class, the name of our class, which I make human, open and closing brackets, and this is pretty much it to have a class. And we can create instances of the class without any problem. Let's call it Adam. And Adam is gonna get everything from the blueprint human by writing a new keyword new and the name of the class human. Let's open and close, and let's create other person as well, and it's gonna be Eve, and again it's gonna be in the same way. Now let's echo pretags and var dump whatever we have, so as you can see visually what we are doing. Var dump, okay, Adam and Eve. Let's reload the page, and you see that they are empty because actually our human has no properties. But what could actually human have? It's gonna be name, we create properties by writing word public. In our case, we have also private and protected types, which are about how we can access them, but let's leave this for other lesson. Right now, we just write public and the name of the property, which is gonna be called the name because each human is gonna have a name. And probably they are gonna have surname and maybe age, and probably gender, man or woman. That's it. And now if I reload the page, you may be able to see that both of our variables of Adam and Eve have inherited all the properties, and they are gonna inherit also the methods that we are gonna put in class. So actually, instead of doing this for Adam, where we make associative arrays, on each line we add our code, and actually we do it for everyone, we already have a blueprint by which from which our objects are all getting everything. So if I even create like even 1 million like this, they are gonna inherit everything that's here. That's one of the most beautiful things that you are gonna have in object oriented programming. So actually we together understood how to create a class, how to create instances of classes or objects, and right now we have created properties. So properties are, as I told, like variables in procedural programming. And to set any value to for our property, we use arrow. So Adam, arrow, and the name of the property without $sign, and it's gonna be called Adam. We have also surname and age, so let's put it here too. For surname is gonna be, let's say, green, and we have age. For age it's gonna be 5 years old, and for gender it's gonna be male. And let's do something like this for the Eve. I'm gonna copy these lines and change it for Eve. And then we are gonna see the result. It's gonna call Eve Black, for example. Let's give it a surname of Black. And by string, I could use an integer here, 50 years old, and female. Reloading the page, and we can see that each of the object got their own part. Like for our first object, which is here Adam, and only then comes Eve, we have green, the name is green, the surname is null. Let's see what I did a bit wrong. Yeah, I put name, it's here, it needs to be surname. Actually, I did it 2 times. The name is Adam, the surname is green, he is 5 years old, and he is male. And for the other one, the name, let's fix it for the 2. The name is Eve, surname is Black, and the age is 50, and the gender is female. So that's it, and we can have multiple like this. So this is how we set our properties. We put the variable in which we have an object, we put arrow sign, and we put the name of the property, of course without $sign. On the top of that, we can have also methods. Let's see how we create. Again, we put the same keyword public, leaving this a bit later when we talk about this function, and later as you would do in procedural programming. Public function in get info, and opening closing brackets, and let's echo here, return here something, and it's gonna be, hey, I am a nice method. Goes on, reloading the page. We still did not echo it. Let's fix this pretty fast. I'm gonna do $Adam, and as I told, because it's in our class, in our blueprint, this function is accessible for each object that we are gonna create, or each object is an instance of the class. So for each instance, this function is accessible. So let's try this for Adam. For Adam, again, the same arrow, and we call the function getInfo. And of course, we need to echo this out. Reloading, hey, I'm a nice method. And if we do the same for Adam, for Eve, the result would be pretty the same. Let's see, that's how beautiful it is. Even if you make 1 million like this, it's gonna work. 1 million objects is gonna work. And by the way, it's not just like this. Imagine like for larger applications like social media websites, you are gonna have a ton of like names, surnames, settings, and a ton of other stuff like the list of friends. It's and they are gonna be here as properties, and for each individual object, for each user is gonna be an object. It's gonna be set a different value, like we did here, different for Eve and different for Adam. And I think we talked about methods. Let's see what we have until we go on. I think what we need to know how we get values. Let's get back a bit to procedural programming and remember how we were setting values. For example, I'm gonna comment these var dumps. We don't need this. And I'm gonna comment this echo area. I need clean space. If we were having $A, the value of which was 5, and I was creating a variable b, and I was putting it as equal to $, to our variable a. Now let's echo our a and echo our b. I'm gonna put an jar in between, because just to see, so as we are able, so as we won't have them in the sum line. It's 5 and 5. But what happens if I later reassign our variable b before echoing it? Let's now reassign it to 50. This is where we transfer the value in setting up the variable. But what if I did it as a link? Linked values is when our b becomes a shortcut of our variable a. Just imagine it like on your Windows. You have a ton of applications, but they are not exactly the same main file from which for example, your Adobe Photoshop is being opened. It's just a shortcut from a main exe file, and the shortcut does not really mean anything much. This is what the linked value is like. Our b is a shortcut of our a. And it is not like an individuality here. And if you reload, let's reload this part, and better, let's give it, reassign the value of a to see the results. Okay, let's see what happens wrong in this area. Yeah, it is just we echo it before we're reassigning values. So let's move this down and move down the jar as well and see how it goes. 50-50, but actually it was 5 and we reassigned. Let me show you with the b one. So actually what happens here that whatever value we change, these are link values, it's gonna relate to the main one, because B is just a shortcut. For objects, it's actually the same. Let's create an object. In our case, it's gonna be Jonathan is equal to Adam. And let's do as usually, let's do the var dump. So as we can see our result. Let's see if I save this pretext. No, yeah, it's here. I'm gonna it's here, and we need this again. And here we are gonna do for Adam and Jonathan. Reloading the page, we can see that they are pretty much the same. But let's now try, before we do var dump, to change something for Jonathan. It's gonna be the name, and let's call it Jonathan, and see what happens with Adam, because we changed it for Jonathan. Yeah, for Adam it's also became Jonathan, because although we did not do it like in our case, like we did not put the linking sign here like we did it for our p variable, but anyway, for objects it's always gonna be transferred with the linked value. This is an important point just for you to remember. And another important point, before we pass to scope, let's understand how our objects are being compared. Let's create two different instances of human class. It's gonna be Naomi. It's gonna be new human. Here. And let's create another one. And let's call it Thor. And let's understand what's going on there. Let's do var dump and see if they are equal or no. Is equal to Thor. It's gonna return us Boolean value. And it's true because they are equal because both of them are empty. All these values are null. But if we compare them in a stricter way, let's see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be false. And what's the reason? Because each of them has unique identifier. And unless it was not strict comparison, it would be pretty much okay. It would be true, but when we compare stricter, it's different. So let's come back to our pre-tag. And var dump both of our objects to see what's the result. Okay, we can see everything pretty much the same, except the fact that these unique identifiers are different. So in strict comparison, it's not gonna be true. They are not gonna be equal. That's it. I'm gonna take some 5-10 minutes break, and I'm back to continue the lessons. This part of the lesson starts with our information about keywords. And let's first try to understand what this does. Now, I'm gonna comment this var dump because we don't need anything on our screen. And let's try with some practical example. Let's create a function which gives us information about the user. Let's write here public function. It's gonna accept arguments, name, surname, age and gender. Here's what it's gonna return us. Okay, the user is, let's put here the gender, and the name is, we are gonna put here name and surname. And he or she, we are going to fix this later to get this he or she based on if condition, is your salt. This is what we are going to have. And let's try to get this information about the user. We have just created user named Tor, so let's give the Tor all the details we are gonna need. Let's start from name, although we already have it done for Adam, so I think no need to do it again. What we are gonna do here, we are gonna call, as we told, all the methods are accessible for the instance of the class for the object. So it's gonna be, yeah, we forgot to put the name, get full info. Let's get this information, and we have arguments here. It's gonna be name, surname, age and gender. And let's see what we get. It's gonna return us all the information that the user has. And of course we are gonna echo it, so as we can see the result. We have a mistake on line 15. Let's see what we have done wrong. Yeah, we did not close this. Yeah, I believe I have caps lock turned on. Let's close this and see the result. Yeah, male, the name is Adam Green, she is 5 years old. Pretty good, I guess. Nothing else was needed from us to here. But the problem is, like, this is problematic to do this. It's long. It's not. There is better way to do it. This is where this keyword comes into play. First of all, let's remember something about scope in PHP, where everything was accessible. Let's create another example from procedural programming so as we can refresh our minds, and then we will pass how the same problem is solved in object-oriented programming. We create a variable called a, its value is gonna be 5, and if we create a function echo variable, it's gonna be $a. It's gonna accept the value, and anyway, we don't need here any argument at all. If we try to echo our a variable is from inside the function, get ready, because we have nothing. And that's the problem itself, because our a is not here. It's not the same a as here. It is in global scope, and this is inside our function scope, so it's not accessible. The problem was being solved in procedural programming using global keyword. So if I declare global a, now we are gonna get the result. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Yeah, we did not call it. So Let's call the function below and see how the problem is solved. We get the 5. And while if we did not declare global variable our a, we are gonna get for undefined variable, because this a is inside this global scope, and this scope is not the same as here. And only when declaring it as global, we did get the solution. There is the same problem for a class. Actually, if we go upper and we see the class we have created, we see a function, and everything inside this function is inside this method or function scope, while these are inside the class scope. So of course this public name is not accessible outside of class, but it's inside the class. It's accessible anywhere between these brackets, but not inside the functions, because the functions have their own scope. So to solve this problem, we can go a pretty good way. This is where this comes in. When we write this, we put arrow, and we put the name of the property. This already understand that we speak about the scope of the class. So when we use this keyword this, all the properties become accessible inside our functions. Let's solve the problem in this way by putting this for all the properties we have used here. We are going to do the same for the age. And we don't need arguments anymore, because it automatically accesses everything we need here. And see how much better and more beautiful the life gets by just simply doing one solution. We no longer need any arguments. Everything, though just this one single keyword this comes into play, and there is no more any problems. So this was about the first part of our class, and now let's continue to our next topics. The next topic are going to be about constants. Let's write here. We already use it in procedural programming. We had two ways to define constants, which is the first by using define, where the first argument was the name of the constant, the second one was the value, and the third was it case sensitive or no, and the other one was using const. In OOP we are using const inside our classes, and there are some pretty let's try to find some places where we can use constants the first. For example, when we are gonna use when we speak about colors, I think it's pretty much definite for us that white is white and black is black. We don't then want to set up this for us. These are our constant values. White is always white anyway. So let's try to make our colors class where we are gonna keep all the colors that we need. As told, we write const, we write here black, and let's make black with hex code 000, and let's do it for the white. For white, it's with the same hex code is FFF. Let's do some more. Let's do the blue one, and of course in OOP we use constants all in uppercase. If I'm not mistaken, I may be mistaken, but anyway, it doesn't really change much. It's still gonna work. It's if the color is a bit different, I believe. So we have created 3 colors. Another option, and how we can access those constants, it's pretty easy. Let's try to echo colors. Here we use scope resolution operator, and we use black. And let's see what we got first of all. Yeah, you see, we got the value of black because this is constant. This is how we can access them. anything that is constant, and you know that it's not gonna change. Your black is black, white is white, and you are gonna keeping constants. In some cases, in a major application, you will see a class which will have all the constants inside it, and you could access, and this is how you would access all the constants inside from one single class. For us, these are colors, and we can think about a lot of more constant values, which probably it defines on which project you are going to write. So I think that's it. This is how we access constants that we created using scope resolution operator. And the other topic that we are gonna talk, it's gonna be about static properties and methods. But before we pass there, I want to add something also, that this name, these arguments that we have created, these properties, these are very connected to our objects, to the instances of class that were being created. But in case of constants, they are connected to class, and they don't have like anything to do with the objects that are created from here. And obviously there is not even a need to create an object from these colors, because for the class which has constants, because constants are connected to the class scope, not the objects. And the same goes on for static properties and methods. Let's try to understand what are they. Let's create a class and call it static properties. Or let's think of another way. Let's talk about users. One way when we can, for example, we try to find out which user was the last that was signed up on our website. And for this, we are gonna create a class. And this is one of the strong points where static properties and methods are going here for us for the support. Let's say, yeah, last signed up. And what it's what's gonna do. I think we are gonna get the name, and for getting the name, let's put here just public, and to create static properties we just write static and we call the name. So each time when the new user is going to be created or signed up, this value is gonna be recreated. And for the user, let's give it some properties like public name. Probably we could have also, I believe that's it. That's what we need. And let's create some users. I'm gonna use class user factory, and here's how it's gonna go. I'm gonna make it public function create. What this function is gonna do is gonna create user. So let's it's gonna be equal to new user. The name is gonna be, I believe, let's put it some digital name. We don't need to go too much into it. And we use a run function in PHP, and probably it's gonna be, let's say, 1 and 1 million or billion. I don't remember. I believe this was 1 billion to be more correct. And here's what we are gonna do. So the name of this user, yeah, we forgot that we need to put a name here. Last user signed up, because it is static property, we use the same scope resolution operator. It's gonna be name. It's gonna be equal to the name of the user, which was lastly created. So every time a user is created, this static variable static property is being reassigned, which means every time we are gonna have it's gonna keep the value of the last user that was signed up. And in the end, let's just return something. I believe we can return the user, and let's create some users and see if we get the right value. User factory is gonna be equal to new user factory. Now let's call this function a couple of times, this create function, so as our new users are being will be created. And this is one example that how we can use classes to register users to do sign up process. I'm gonna do create, and probably I'm gonna keep them inside a variable. User1 is equal to this. We are gonna create 4 users. It's gonna be second, it's gonna be third. And now let's check if our application is working. If we have the name of the last user, for this I'm gonna echo pre-tag, as we always did, to have better orange code. And I'm gonna do var, and it's gonna be user 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 4. I'm gonna put an hr, a line between the var dump and where we echo this static property, so as we can see the result much more clearly. And I'm gonna echo here. As I told, this is how we access static properties. The name of the class, because it's connected to the class, not the object that is created from the scope resolution operator, and we put the name of the static property. In our case, it's called name. Reloading the page, syntax error on line 47. Let's see where the, okay, it's gonna be like this. Yeah, it's source screen now. Yeah, you see the last user, it's the 4th one we have created. It has the name of this 7340, and our static property kept the value. And because we use run function there, every time we reload the page, it's gonna actually update the values. It's gonna generate different values. And if you reload, you see the last one became 4716, and it's again the same. So let's again explain how the things is working. We created this class just to contain this static property, so as we can, its value is updated every time we create a user using this create function, which is inside user factory. And every time that the user an object, an instance of class user factory calls this create function, what it does, it creates new user, gives it a name, which is between 1 and 1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, and it reassigns the value every time a new user is created, so as this static property of name between in last signed up class is always updated with the last created name, and it returns our user. That's it. We were able to successfully create static properties. And one more thing before we close this lesson, let's talk about magical methods. What are these magical methods actually? I'm gonna copy these lines. I always need them. Actually, magical methods are something that are in the class before, even though we did not assign them, like this the ID of each object. We did not see them, but actually when we var them, we see them, that they exist. Or when we create a class, let's call it magical. Classes always need to start with an uppercase. We don't see it, but actually they contain number of magical methods. Let's try to see them in inside php.net, and you can see that they are, and it's opening, but they are about 17. I don't remember the count, but it's about 17 methods. Okay, see, so even though you have we did not write these magical methods, they exist inside our class, and it's just a matter if we use them or no. For example, it doesn't matter if you have this or no. This construct method is always gonna be. And from all of these magical methods, 2 of them are the most important. This is how we make them. We write the same public and function. Always magical method starts with 2 underscores. This construct, it always exists. We actually never really created them here, because, and if we did not do anything, it's like it is gonna be in this way. It's empty, so actually it does nothing. What construct does, and let's make another one too, destruct. We are gonna pass by this in this lesson, these 2, and for other magical methods I will give it time in another lesson. Just these 2 ones are the most important ones, although destruct is really used just rarely, not every time. Okay, so what the construct does, you see, when we have created our human class has to just put this name, surname, age, gender. See, it took us 4 lines. Imagine we have 100 properties for the user. How much it's gonna take? If not this magical method called construct, it could we would do something like this to make our life easier. And this is how I imagine this to be. Maybe I think we could have a static method. Static function. It's gonna be called create, and it would be keeping all the information here. Name, surname, age, and the gender. And give us a second. Probably we would create our new user inside there. I think we could do something like this. And here for the human, we are going to assign the values. It would be human name was gonna be equal to $, name, surname, age, and gender. Okay, this is it, and probably we're just going to return our human. And this is how it was gonna look like. Instead of making new Adam, we would be forced, because it's static, it's not connected to object. Again, we would have to use scope resolution operator, and we would be forced to write create and pass here the arguments. And it kind of works. It's kind of the solution if we did not have if we did not have this magical method. I'm gonna remove this because we don't need this, but rather in PHP here is where the construct comes handy. Let's make this public function construct. We pass here the number of arguments we need. It's surname, it's gonna be gender, let's first write age, and it's gonna be gender. So what we do here, we use this keyword as we have studied just 10-15 minutes ago, and we arrange them. It's gonna be name. Let's copy this line for 3 times. It's gonna be surname is surname. Our age would be our age, and our gender, it's gonna be gender. And when we do this, we no longer need these 4 lines of ugly code. What we do here, we just pass information here. First is name, so let's call it Adam. The second is surname, let's call it Green. Then age, let's put it 60, and gender is male. But please note, if we created construct function, it needs during the creation, it needs to have all the arguments filled, otherwise we are going to get an error. Let's reload the page. Syntax error on line 17. Let's see where we have it. Yeah, it needs to comma. I put a point in here. Yeah, it's my screen turning on. I don't need my screen. My screen setting has opened. Just I hope. Okay. I hope this window closes soon. Reloading the page, and see, human construct, we get an error, uncode argument error on line, I think it tells on line 28. Yeah, for human, yeah, for if we are lacking the information. So if the arguments are not filled, we are gonna get error. So PHP cares for this in case of us. So see how just one construct function did the life better. And finally, let's talk about destruct. I will continue recording the next lesson tomorrow. So when this destruct is done, you know, in my career, I have seen this very, very few times, really in work, because you don't actually need this that much. When this the construct is called when the class is created, not when an object is created. First, when you create an object, its first thing that it runs is construct function. So before anything happens with your object, first our class construct is working. Destruct, on the other hand, works just in the end, when your machine sees that you have, for example, user1 object that it's not in use, it deletes it from your computer memory because it takes some space. And here you can manage what happens during the destruct. Usually you are not gonna need this, but probably you are gonna need this, for example, when you work with files. If you use the fopen function in just to write something in the file, I think it's one case. You can use fclose to close the string. For example, if you open file.txt, you just close it. You forcibly close it to avoid any errors in the end. And again, destruct is called rarely, but just keep in mind it's very useful, especially when you work with files. For example, if you have here a string, and for example, if we want to open something with our string, again, let's open a file. And I'm gonna do fopen as a path. This file does not exist actually, but let's just do it. txt, and we are making it writable. Our plus. Yeah, if we did it, let's create one more function that writes something in the file. Let's actually create the file, or maybe no need for that. Just it's just for us to see. I just don't want to make lesson harder with some additional stuff. The less heavy it is, the better it's for us. I just want us to concentrate on fully on OOP, how things work, how these magical methods mean for us. And for this, if you don't know how to open, close streams, how to edit files using PHP, just you can Google it, right? In the right, what we are gonna do, we are gonna say string and write something inside the file actually, or let's fix myself. It's gonna fwrite accepts two arguments. First one is where to write, and we already did this here. It's the stream is open, so we just need to refer here and write something here. And now when we no longer use this, we may have errors because our stream is not closed. So this is where we need to fclose one. So we use fclose for the stream. So as we are sure the file is closed and nothing really can go wrong, and put our plus just so as everything goes on. This is an example of destruct. To be honest, I never used it. I just there was no any condition in websites and applications I have been creating where I really use destruct. But if you are working with files, yeah, I think this magical method comes very handy. So this is it for now. I'm gonna break today, have a rest, and tomorrow I will continue recording. Let's now work to understand what are the four main concepts of object-oriented programming. Those are encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. Let's understand what each of them does one by one. The easiest of them is inheritance, so we are gonna start from them. Although let's understand one thing, that each of them are dependent from each other. So let's open our PHP tags and write class. And the class may be called mammals. As we know, humans are mammals too. And let's think about some properties and actions that mammals are able to have. Probably they are gonna have names. Let's first give the information that it's public. Again, in this lesson, in about 25-30 minutes, we are going to understand what is difference and what our public does, and what are also the alternatives of public. So in our public, we are gonna give it a name. So each animal is gonna have a name. And if we continue by public, probably we're gonna understand what our species are gonna eat. And let's write a method. As we remember, we write public, then keyword function and the name of the function. let's say what they sound like. And for a moment, let's imagine that all the mammals sound like meow. And right now, let's imagine there are a lot of types of mammals like humans too, but actually this does not fully work for us because we need more than name and what we eat, because we have a soul, we can think, which is a lot of difference to mammals. And if we give those attributes or properties and the methods to all the mammals, it's gonna have, like, for example, elephant is gonna have all the human information that humans shall have. That's why we have inheritance. They see how it works. It's called class. We are gonna call it human, and it extends mammals. So what does this mean? Let's do var dump and understand how we can see this. Let's call our human Adam, as we usually do, and call it new human. And right now, if I var dump this, of course, let's make a pre-tag, and it's gonna look it a bit more beautiful. So let's do this. I'm gonna copy this line, of course, right after I put the semicolon. The first one, remove the closing tag, and on the 18th line, remove the opening tag. And right in between, we can jump to immediately var dump our Adam. So as we see what's actually is there, let's see that we have really nothing written here. It's just an empty class. So let's do here the var dump, reload the page. If we get an error, let's see where is on 18th line, var dump. I don't see any reason of the error. Yeah, I made a mistake. I believe this was the mistake. Yeah, and see we have name and eat. But as you can see, they are not actually here, but they are just in their parent class. So daughter classes inherit all the proper public and protected properties which are in the parent class. So if I make this name private, our name is no longer gonna be accessible, and this is one of the options that we can put in place of public. If you reload it, we can see that we have a private name human, so it's not available for the human anymore. And we will go deeper in this a bit later. Right now we said it inherits all the public properties. It's also gonna inherit the protected ones too, but let's speak about protected and public keywords later. So we see it got everything, and now let's try to call this function sound for Adam, and we are gonna see that this function is accessible for human class too, because it's a daughter of the class mammal. So let's echo this $Adam, put this sign, and let's call the method. Now we can reload the page and we see meow, and that's it. For human, it's accessible. This is it about the main topics of inheritance. And now let's understand what's actually the polymorphism. Polymorphism is about ability to change the method or a property inside the daughter class. Let's try to redeclare this name for human and give it a default value of Adam. And now once we reload our page, we are gonna see the change, and we can see that the name has already it's Adam, and which means we were successfully able to rewrite this property inside the daughter class, and this name is no longer anywhere connected with this one because we have rewritten it inside our human. And this is what actually the polymorphism sounds like. So let's continue and understand one more interesting topic about polymorphism. I'm gonna put here an HR tag just for us to be able to differentiate in what we are doing and to create a class of calculator. Class calculate. This is actually gonna be our parent class, and what I imagine here to be is just one method that's created, add. It's gonna have two arguments, and it's gonna return the value of summary of those two arguments. That's cool. But let's say we need to have this ability to save this value somehow and get the result and do some other stuff. And we want to use polymorphism for this add function. Of course, we can go the usual way, like we talked about before. We can rewrite the function fully. Let's write class may calculate. We are gonna pass the same two arguments, and sorry, it's not the function. Let's correct myself. It's gonna be public function. We're gonna call it add, pass the same two arguments, and rewrite the function fully. But by the way, I think we are not really actually good in this, because sometimes when we work in a team, if we rewrite something fully, it's gonna become buggy software, etc. So instead of fully rewriting, we can use actually the parent function inside the function that we are recreating. See how easily it's being done. Let's save this result, all the information, into result variable, and we are gonna access it using parent keyword. We're gonna put this sign to have access to the parent function, scope resolution sign, and once we are here, we are gonna pass these two arguments, and that is actually it. We never rewrote this function. We never did plus one more time. We just simply use this and we access the variable there. And in the end, let's of course return the result and see what it looks like. But of course, let's not forget that my calculates shall extend our calculate as we talked just a couple of minutes ago. Extends calculate. That's it. Let's create an object, and it's gonna be new my calculate. And I'm gonna call the function. Of course, echo of the result. It's gonna be get, and let's have, for example, 40, and the other number is 59. Now reloading the page and checking what we get. It's 99. It's good, everything works, and see if we were able to access the data in the parent function, and we no longer needed to write the statement one more time. And this is, my friends, what's called optimally written code, where we don't have extra and we use everything. And this is called writing a clean code which will be accessible and understandable by other developers too. And let's continue by understanding what Instanceof is able to do this. Instanceof returns as Boolean value whether something is right or true. For example, we want to make a function, but in order to do function, we need to be sure that our object is instance of any class. So as our function is gonna work, and how it's checked, this is where Instanceof comes in. And let's do something from real life. Let's call our first function first class default field. And what this default field is gonna do, it's just gonna have a function. And it's gonna, let's say, echo something out. Let's play some music. And on the top of that, let's extend this class for a couple of times. It's going, let's say we have data field. We could have also image fields. Let's also try to have text fields, and etc. Now, let's also have a class which is gonna give us ability to render all this information, and we are gonna call this table renderer. Once it's here, it's just gonna have one function, and what it's gonna render columns. So what it's gonna do, it's just gonna render the information which is inside these classes. We are not gonna write it fully, I just want you to understand the concept. And it's gonna have one argument, which is gonna be our object. And if its object is one of these classes, it's gonna have this function here, accessible for them. Let's call this render. So if it's true that the object that we put here will be an instance of one of these classes, or even the parent one, then we could be sure that this render is accessible for them. So what we can do, we can just do like this, and call the render. Pretty good and pretty easy. But there is a catch. Let me show you what the catch is. Let's create a default field, and let's say other developer came and he tries to put string into this function. Now let's create one data field so as we can test all this. It's gonna be our new data field. Okay, I'm back in a second just to put on charge my laptop. And now let's create an instance of class of table render so as we can render information as much as we could. Let's call it render, and it's gonna be equal to new table render. That's it. Now on our render file, on our render file object, what we can do, we can call the function render column, and let's try to pass here our string, our field, which holds string value in it. But please know that when we did this, we had in mind that this column shall be an instance of a parent or any of its child classes of default field. And right now, when another developer comes and tries to put string in here because he's not quite familiar with the code we are writing, let's see what we are gonna get. We are gonna get call to member function render on string, which is, by the way, is a mistake. It's not. It shall not be like that. And there is just one way to check this. If we use Instanceof, let's check if our column is instance of default field or data field, image or text field. Only then let's execute this. Let's call here if, and as a condition do if our column is gonna be instance of, let's say, default field. Only then we are gonna execute this command. Only then we are gonna render anything. In other cases, we are gonna return the argument shall be an instance of default field, and that is it. And let's see what happens now. Nothing happens, and if we, instead of return, we echo here, you will see that we get this message. The argument shall be an instance of default field, everything correct. So see how much Instanceof saved from our day. And now let's do some var dump, so as we can see what Instanceof does actually. I believe we have it somewhere here. It's here. Let's paste this information and try to see what's the result of this Instanceof. Instanceof always returns boolean value. Either something is wrong or something is true. A mistake on line 58. Let's see what we did wrong. Yes, I'm in color. That's it. Now we're loading and see. It's false because actually it's a string and it's not even an object. So of course it should be wrong. And now let's try a different thing. Let's do it on a new line, so as it's more easily understandable for us. And let's see if our data is an instance of default field, and let's see the result. It's again gonna be false because we did not extend actually. Again, I forgot to do this, so let's extends default field. Without extends, there is no inheritance. We shall always use this keyword. So again, reloading, and we get true, because what happened in here, we see that our data comes from data field, and it's not actually default field, but because default field is the parent of data field, it still counts in as an instance of the default field. So what happens? Our Instanceof checks if our object is from default field. It checks data field, says no, it's not. It says the object, it says it's from a class data field. It says no, it's wrong. But still it checks if its parent is default field, and if even it had a parent different and that parent was a daughter from default field, it would still return true. So it checks by inheritance. It goes to up to see if there is anything in its parents, and then it's gonna return true if it's like that. And that's it about Instanceof. Let's pass to next topic, which are private and protected keywords, which I so much talk to you about. So let's create a class where we are going to walk over to each of them except public, to private and protecting keywords. So let's make a comment and protect it. In this class is gonna be called special, and let's create a couple of properties. First is gonna be protected name, and the other one is gonna be private surname. And also let's extend this class and call it super special. And try to see what has this super special class inherited. Let's copy this var_dump code. First of all, make a couple of objects. obj1, which is gonna stand for special class, and obj2, which is gonna stand for super special. And let's do var_dump. First is gonna be okay, I am gonna open our browser and see what we have. So let's go for the first one, for super special. It has a protected and the surname is private. So first of all, let's understand how it comes from. So if something is protected, that means it's accessible only in the class. So if we have here a public property, and if we try to access it, let's give it a default value 5, and if we try to access it outside of the class, it's gonna work. Let's go here. I think we call it a prop, and let's echo it. Give us a second. Undefined property, undefined property, variable and property on line 88. Let's see where the problem comes from. Yeah, we don't need this $sign. This is where we have it. It's 5. It's correct, but if we go and make this protected, we won't be no longer access this 5, because actually we will get an error, cannot access protected property. Why? Because if something is protected, this actually means that it's available only in the class, and the same stands for the private properties and methods, but with a difference that protected properties are also available inside child classes. So this protected prop is gonna be available here, but not the private one. The private one is available just in the class where it exists. Just to showcase this to you, I'm gonna give a default now value also to surname, and let's try right now to access to our super special prop and see what it looks like. First of all, before we stand for the next one. Yeah, first of all, let's clear this error. We don't want to access this. Cannot access protected property super special, and that's correct because they are only available within their classes. So outside of the class, they are not available. We can't refer them as to public ones. If it's public, it's gonna work, but anything is private and protected, we can't access directly like this. Usually we do getters, like we're gonna talk a bit more about getters a bit later. So let's make a public function, get prop, and give it a value. And it's gonna return to us. Actually, we don't need an argument. It's gonna return us this prop. And now let's, instead of trying to accessing it directly, let's try to access though this function. And this is gonna work because this is the correct way of doing the things. And we get integer of 5. And let's make another getter, which are called these functions, which give us options to get private or protected properties. So here we are gonna get surname, and let's type surname also here, and let's call this get surname function right after get prop. And now reloading the page, here's what we are gonna see. First of all, let's make this into obj to not to have any mistakes. I have created two variables with the same name, which is a mistake. Now reloading the page and see that we are still able to get this surname because it gets from here. But right now, because it gets the surname of its parent class. But right now, let's imagine that this function is inside here. And the result will be a lot different. Undefined property surname. And the reason is that when we call this function, when this function was still inside special class, as soon as it extends the special, it has access to this function. And this refers to surname inside class special. But if we use this function inside super special, we are gonna see that we no longer have surname because it simply does not exist, because private properties and methods are not accessible inside daughter classes. And to show this better for you, I'm gonna move this get prop also to our daughter class, and you'll see that prop is accessible because protected properties are available inside daughter class, and we are getting the same result. So that's it. So what we got, let's summarize. We understood that up until now we used public properties and methods. We know that public are accessible from everywhere, even if they are outside of the class. If you put protected or private before the method or property, they are no longer accessible like this outside of the class, but rather we have these getter and setter functions which help us to interact with them. And on the top of that, to understand what is the difference between protected and private, we have seen this example where we clearly see that protected property is being inherited by a daughter class or child class, and private one is not being inherited. So if surname, like, it's undefined because it never came from special, so that's why it's undefined. It has no value. It has not even been created. So that's it about public, protected, and private. And the last thing that I was gonna talk to you is late static binding, which is an interesting case in inheritance of constants, which we are of course gonna use a lot. So I'm gonna write here and create a function age, creating a class age, and what it does, it has a constant which is called max lifetime, and let's say the maximal lifetime by default is gonna be 50, and let's create a function which will help us to get it. Let's create it publicly, public function get age, and it's gonna return to us our constant. If you remember, we get constant by using keyword self. And now let's imagine this is just the default one. Let's say the average lifespan age in Italy, Germany, and other countries may be a lot longer. So let's say here Italy, and it extends class age. Let's copy this line a couple of times. Let's do it for Germany. Let's do it for France. And let's do one for United States too. And inside these classes, what I plan is having different max lifespan. In Italy, it's, let's put it 55. Let's put 60 for Germany, going up 5 by 5. Let's put 65 for France and 70 for USA. And let's create one of each objects and see what this function getAge returns to us. So let's go a bit down and create a variable called human, and human is gonna be new Italy. Let's copy this line 4 times. It's gonna be Germany, France, and United States. Let's use these pre-tags, which are always good to get our results in a bit more beautifully arranged way. And for each of them, I'm gonna call this function, and let's see what we get. Let's see we get the constant that is here, or for all of them we get this constant which is in parent class. So let's call this. But before we move on, let's change the names. Each variable name shall be unique. We'll just add numbers. One more, and that's it. Let's add here 1, 2, 3. And let's reload the page. France not found, probably a spelling mistake. Yeah, here on line 121. Reloading the page now. In all of them we get 50, because when we refer to self, it refers to the same class always, to the class where the self is used, but rather let's study a new keyword called static and see what difference it does. Now it gets all the information from the class where it is used, and only if we don't have this constant here, it's gonna refer to this. So let's reload the page, and we see that for Italy, where we remove the constant we have done for 55, we get 50, because what it does, what static does, it watches on Italy, it sees that our constant max lifetime does not exist here, so it has to refer to constant that goes back to constant into parent class, but if it exists, it's gonna go with this. And another milestone finished. We understood what late static binding is, we understood what's different in public, private and protected keywords, and what is the difference between them when we have declared properties and the methods. And now we are gonna pass to another important topic, which is the most important topic, by the way, inside object-oriented programming. It's encapsulation. All of these which we have done up to now had some bits of encapsulation, although we did not talk about that, but now we are going to talk it into a deeper way. And all of the rest that we have studied, like inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction, that we are going to study right after we finish encapsulation, they are nothing, because in OOP everything is connected to each other. Encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. So inheritance is connected to encapsulation. Without encapsulation, there is no inheritance. Without inheritance, there is no polymorphism. Without polymorphism, there is no abstraction. And the father of all this is, of course, encapsulation. So let's pass to our new topic right after I have a short break. You may not have understood, but up to now we used encapsulation a lot. So let me create another file. It's gonna be index3.php, and let's see what encapsulation is, although we are already familiar with that. Back in procedural programming, we were used to make variables, keep there some values, then make some functions, let's say like this. This function was gonna to return something to us, and etc. But all this had a problem, actually, as we have talked previously, that if you have, let's say, 10,000 lines of code, maybe someone comes and they don't understand what this variable does, what this function does. And this is where encapsulation comes in. Let's create a class of called car, and cars may have some properties. Let's declare them as public. That's gonna be speed, that's gonna be model, and probably we are gonna have also door opening to understand how the doors open, and etc. Let's also add a function, a method, which is correct to say, public function, and let's put the speed 0 by default, because by default our car may be sending. And when we move, let's say the speed of our car is gonna change. Let's use this keyword, refer to speed, and put it to 60. So what we did, we made a class move, we made properties, but actually these are all contained within a class. So actually, if I try to echo outside of the class anything of it is, it's gonna return an error for us, which is actually it's how it's supposed to be, because our speed or any property we tried to echo were accessible only within the class, and that's why we are getting this undefined variable. And by the way, if someone other developer right after us, let's say we quit our job and we move to other company, comes and decides to declare a model, it is not gonna be an error because what we did is all contained within a class, so they are accessible only from within a class. Better to say, from the object that is created from the class. So if I reload here, let's see what happens to our variable. It's 5 because we have already created it. So this model and this model have nothing to do with each other. And this is one of the main meanings of encapsulation. It helps us to keep cleaner code and to have these properties and methods into one single container class where everything is connected to each other, which makes our app so much better. So what actually encapsulation gives to us? Previously we talked about private and protected keywords, which are giving us as a chance to even control where our properties are accessible. And this is, my friends, all that is about the encapsulation. This is everything encapsulation is supposed to do. Also, encapsulation to help us manage from where we can change also those properties. Let's see an interesting trick which is possible to do during encapsulation. Let's say our speed is 0 by default, but we don't want anyone to have a chance to change this. Let's say other developer came, he or she have created another class, and they decide to change a class in parent method. Something we don't want, so we just put it private. And if you want to give other developer a chance to change, actually, for example, this door opening into a class is derived by car, then it's cool. We just leave it protected. And that is the whole story. Another topic that might be interesting to you, how do we set actually those properties? It's pretty normal. We use constructor function. Let's use public. Constructor is always public, usually just only in single tone, which you will study later. You just keep your constructor private. It's gonna be public function or magical methods. We do to underscore and we put here construct, which gives us a chance to set up our properties. So let's put the speed here. Let's put the model and also door opening. And as we usually do, let's, using this keyword, for speed is gonna be speed. Let's put here model. And put here door opening. Pretty good, but here we got a slightly small question. How do we control this? What if someone tries to put, instead of speed, a string, which is actually an error? And this is where getters and setters come into play. This is how we are gonna do. As soon as these are private and protected, even if we create an object from this car, these methods are not gonna be accessible, so we won't be able to change or do anything except setting them up. So let's create our Honda car. It's gonna be new car. And let's also drop out speed from here, because speed is gonna be added only when we move the car. It has a default value of 0. So let's remove it also here. Let's call the model Elysian. And the door opening, let's call it 4-door. Side opening. Yeah, it's correct. We don't have any strict control for what's our door opening gonna contain. And let's go to our browser, reload the page, no errors, everything cool. And what is lacking for us? Let's see again one more time what is gonna happen if you try to access, for example, model directly. We are gonna get an error because these are not accessible as public ones. And if I try to echo this, we are gonna see an error, as you are gonna see just in a second. Yeah, cannot access private property. That's why inside our classes we use getters and setters. What are those? We create functions which are publicly open and which gives us access to editing and getting this information. So let's do public function get model, because we have this information but we can't really get it. It's kind of makes no sense. So what it does, it just tells us, it just returns us. Again, we are using this keyword and it's gonna be model. That's it. Right now we can access this property pretty easily, although it's private. It's kind of accessible though this function we have created together, because although model is private, but it is accessible within the class. So it's accessible within a function which returns it, and the function is public. And that is that simple. Now if we reload the page, we get the model, everything cool. And let's do something like that about the door opening too. So just copying, I'm gonna call it get doors, and it's gonna be door opening. And now if we try to access this function too, we are gonna have the same result. Reloading the page, and side opening, everything cool. And right now let's talk about the setters. Yeah, we are kind of able to do this by construct, but in construct we are done. We cannot change this anymore because it's our private constructor is already called, the object is created, so it's fine. What we did stays forever. That's why we need setters, and also setters might help us to get better better filter results here. So let's see how these setters are gonna work. Function, let's do set model, and let's set door opening too. Or better, let's call it set door, so as it's a bit easier to remember. That's it. And here we can check for conditions. If is string, so here we are gonna get one argument. If it's string, let's check for one more thing that might be worth checking. Let's check that string length is at least 3 letters. Is bigger than 3, then that's okay. So it's gonna be like, we are gonna set here the model. So we are gonna need to use this keyword, and the model is gonna be equal to our argument. And in other cases, we are gonna echo an error. There is an error in the model. That is cool. Now let's do something like this for our door opening too. Set, yeah, we already have it. So let's remove this, change the function name, keep here door, and change it to U2, and we set the door opening. Door opening is gonna be equal to our door. And an error is gonna be there is an error in the door. So this is an example how we can set the values for us, and I think that's cool. And here we don't call it as we were doing before. We are doing it like this. We are calling the function. In our case, for set model and set door, set model, and we use this as an argument. That is it. And let's do it for the door too. Set door, and we are passing here door opening. Right now, I think we are cool. Let's reload the page just to know. I believe there are no any errors. Everything is cool. Yeah, everything is good. But let's see what happens if our checks work correctly. Let's keep just two letters in the name. Remember, we check here so as we have at least 4 characters. There's an error in the model. Yeah, that's cool. Everything works great, I guess. And in the same way, you can we understood how to set information, and the setters are pretty interesting. You can set also other functions. For example, if you have a long blog text, you can set to get the whole, or you can set to get like just 50 characters. And this is that easy. We can just add some comments that it accepts only string values. Let's call it return. Just it looks better like this, and it's gonna be string, and it accepts string value in set door too. So hereby we are able to control to hide to developer who is gonna work that we just want string values coming into here. And this is it about getters and setters. Now it's time to study abstraction. Let's first understand what's abstraction and why we need that. Actually, when we were creating classes, we talked together and we understood that the classes are mechanisms which keep in themselves all the properties and methods which need for that class to function. But sometimes we might be having need of several functions which don't really have anything to do with the logic of the class. Simply they are supporting us to get some information. And abstraction simply tells us that anything that does not have any connected logic to the class, it shall be outside of the class. Let's create a file in which we are gonna clearly see what I mean. So I'm gonna open PHP opening tags and create a class of user. And user is gonna be human, so probably it's gonna have a birth date. And I'm gonna leave this as it is. We don't need anything more here. Just I think we can add this public keyword. And by that, let's also create our construct, public function construct, our magical method. So as we can set the birthday every time we create an object from this class. And pretty simple, we use this keyword arrow sign referring to our birth date, and it's gonna be equal to the argument which is gonna be passed. Let's imagine a situation where we need actually to get how old is the person. So probably first thing that you might be thinking, it would be a right public function, probably subtract, and what's gonna happen in here, maybe probably we are gonna return like this, returning from the date that the year we have minus this birth date. And by calling this function, we are pretty much able to understand how old is our user. But there is a catch with the logic that we are having in here. And the catch would be that we may need hundreds of functions like this in our code, in our application we are creating, and burdening this single class with hundreds of functions will make this class unsustainable. In the end of the day, it's easier to track an error in the class which is 100 lines long and not in the class which is 1000 or 2000 lines long. And actually, maybe we'll need this abstraction in other cases too, which is pretty much okay. So there is a good solution for this. So for example, we can class calculate, and this is what actually abstraction tells us. In the class, what we're gonna do, we are just gonna create functions. It's gonna be static, so as we don't need any object creation in order to access the function, and let's call it subtract, and it's gonna have two values. First of them, two arguments, without any much going deeper than we need. So and it's gonna return us simple value. It's gonna be $A minus $B, and that's it. And we no longer need this. Again, if it's one function, but your applications are huge, applications are going huger and huger by the time. So we need to make sustainable code. This is a nice solution in having that opportunity. And it's gonna work like this. Let's create a new human. Oh, again a mistake. And our human is gonna be an object from our user, new user. And the birth date is gonna be like 1496. And this is how we can call our function. First of all, let's get the date. So let's store it current here. And current year is gonna be equal to date and y in here, which gets the current year. And let's do var, let's echo the result of calculate. Let's remember how we access static properties and functions, and we are gonna use subtract and pass here two arguments. First is gonna be our current here, and the second is gonna be our human from our object. And let's remember how we access public properties. We need birth date. Now let's go to our application, open our index4.php and see what we get. Undefined variable on line 5. Let's see where the problem actually comes. Yeah, I wrote S in place of A, just a misspelling. Reloading the page. 26 years old, pretty correct. This is a nice example how abstraction actually looks like. But it's not just only this. We can pretty much do it in other way too. Let me show you what I mean. Let's create another public function, get age. And here get age is gonna provide us with everything we need. So first of all, what we can do, we can move our current here completely to our getAge function, and here we can call the function itself, storing into variable. Let's call it userAge. It's gonna be equal to calculate. Let's copy all this line. Calling actually the function from within the class. Subtracting, we need current here, and this time we are gonna need this keyword. And let's try to call now, but before that let's return a value. Let's return userAge. And here we can echo the age of our human, which is a bit more cleaner code than we have done in the abstract before. So this is a lot more professional. So let's call that function and see what we get. That's cool. 26. Let's change the birthday to 1980 and see what we get now. And that's cool. 42 years old. Again, this is a nice example. You see that we moved out what we don't need and we kept it in a function like this. It's a lot more cleaner and understandable code, and it's like guarantees us that we are gonna have a lot less bugs than it could be with the approach where we don't use abstraction. Now let's talk about 3 topics that we need to understand, which are huge part of our abstraction. First of all, how we can get classes using into other class. And here we are going to talk about 3 main topics about association, which is actually that class A is connected to class B and we don't know, and it doesn't matter to us how it happens. The second one is the aggregation. In aggregation, we are getting the class as a link in the other class, and we pass it like an argument. And in the composition, we create a class within other class so as we can use them. And right now let's have a look at some pretty good examples how these things are working. It's important for us actually to understand what are the difference between aggregation and composition, because these are approaches that we are gonna use a lot. So in case of composition, when we want to pass an object from the class, we directly put an object. And if case of aggregation, we are gonna create a new instance of that object right within the class where we want to use that. So let's create a class and call it composition, and let's give it a private property called prop. We are gonna put this like this, and let's create a public function get. And we still did not study it, but let's imagine that there is class B here, and here we just wanna accept an object from class B. So we put here B so as we can filter and know that we can just accept an object derived from class B. But let's call it obj and assign it as a value to prop. our prop is gonna be equal, of course, with this keyword is gonna be equal to obj. And this is what composition looks like. And now let's create another class called aggregation and put the same prop also here. And in this case, our aggregation is gonna be look like something like this: public function. Let's fix the error. Construct. So as each time our object is created, it's being assigned. So let's call this prop is gonna be equal to new b. And this, my friends, the difference. So this here we already have object, and we are gonna study about what this b in here means a bit later. The main thing you need to see that here we pass already object, and this b just cares that here we can pass just object which is an instance of class b and not instance of other class. And in other case, in case of aggregation, we just pass here, don't pass anything here, and just made it equal to new instance. We create new instance directly in the construct. And these are two approaches that can be used in object-oriented programming. For abstraction, we are done with this. Let's talk about overloading. Overloading is when we dynamically create properties and methods in object-oriented programming. To better understand what I speak about, let's directly jump to our code editor. I've created a file already where we can start working. Let's create a class, and I'm gonna call it A. And below I'm gonna create an instance of class in a variable called obj, and it's gonna be a new instance of class A. Let's see what happens if we try to set a value for a property that actually does not exist. So let's do it. Let's call property any way we want. Let's call it name and call it John. Now the property is set. Now let's try to echo the value and see what happens. So some of you may think that we are gonna get an error, but actually that's not the case. So let's reload the page and see John appearing. And right now, if we try to var dump our object, let's see what's gonna happen on our screens. You would be able to see that our object already has this property because we were able to create it dynamically. And this is, my friends, what is called overloading. This is about it, but actually we can control the process of overloading by methods which are called magical. And now let's try by creating an instance one of them, which is get and set. Each magical method works at special moment, and right now let's try to study about two of them and go on one by one. Now we are gonna talk about get and set. Get works when we try to get a property which actually does not exist, and set works when we try to set a value to property which actually does not exist. All the magical methods start with two dots. So public function, it's called get. Get has one argument, let's call it name, because when you want to get something, you just need the name of that property. That is it. And set has two of them, because when you want to set something, you have the name and the value. This is the logic behind the sys. So let's give them their arguments and value, and try to take something like that, already having these functions in control. So it's PTI deleted the object we had, but not a problem. Let's create it again. Now let's show some things. For example, when we want to set a value to property which does not exist, let's die, and with a message, the property does not exist. And now let's try it. Referring to this, we are gonna again have the name, and let's call it John. So reloading the page, and our property does not exist. Just let's fix this with the correct grammar. Property does not exist. So here's what happens when we try to set a value, and now let's try to get it. Again, reloading the page, but let's remove this setter, because after dying, no line of code is being executed. That's how actually PHP works, and nothing happens. And let's try also to leave a message when we want to get, and this is the case of getting. The property does not exist. You try to get it. So let's do just a different message, so as we can differentiate, and you see that it's not the same case. And that's it. You try to get it, and it is that simple. This is how getters and setter works, and this is how the logic of magical method works. By default, we would be able to set a value, but right now here we have written everything that PHP was doing by default. Now it was just an example which was just to show you, but right now let's work on real case when we really need overloading in a work experience which you could have before, or you will be having once you land a job. So before we move on, let's fully comment this area which we have created together, and let's imagine we work with databases, and we got a lot of information inside our array. So let's call this user array, and I'm gonna create an array of objects, and we are gonna have arrays also. Here it's gonna be ID of each user, and again with key value pairs, let's imagine each user is gonna have a name. Let's create some, so as we can see everything in business. For each user, I may believe we can add also a surname, which is green, and also let's, for example, get the city where the user was born. So let's call it New York. And now let's add a couple of them. It's gonna be our second, this is gonna be our third, and this is gonna be our fourth one. And I'm just gonna add here numbers. It's gonna be 1, 1, 1. So as we can see that everything and the for each loop that we are gonna have works correctly, and here it's gonna be our third. So this is it. And now let's create a user for us. Let's call it class of user, and for our user we are gonna have private properties which will be name, surname, and the city. Just follow along with me, and soon, just in a couple of minutes, we will be able to understand how we can successfully have these as objects using overloading. And we also need the city. And now let's create our public functions, our getters and setters, or probably we are good also here just having the setters. Just one more note, magical methods need to be public, except 3 of them. It's construct, destruct, and the third name I forgot at this moment. You are gonna get an error if you put them anything else than public. So let's put our public function, and it's gonna be set. As we talked, set has 2 values. It's got arguments, its name and value. And right now what we are gonna do in here, we are gonna check if that property exists. We are gonna pass by this user array and see that if a property with the name exists, we are gonna give it a value. If no, it's gonna be an error. We are gonna just leave a message that there is something wrong. And for this we have a good function called property exists, which has 2 arguments. In our case, first one will refer to class, and the second is the name. So let's do this, starting with some conditional logic. And here we are gonna say if our property exists, and as I told, our first value is gonna be this, which means it's gonna it's gonna refer to class, and the second one will be the name, which we will try to put. And if it exists, then the name, whatever it happens to be, is gonna have the value. That is it, that simple. And in other case, let's just simply die. The property does not exist. This is it for the moment. Right now, let's create our variable called users, and this is where our objects are gonna be stored. And let's pass by for each loop. In for each loop, we are gonna pass by this user array as user info, and you see it's multi-dimensional array, so we are gonna have second for each inside this for each loop. But for each one of them, as you can see, we have in a numbered how many users we have. We are gonna create a new user. This is why we needed the class actually. And at this moment, now let's pass by this user info. Again, we are doing second for each loop inside for each which we are already doing, and we are referring to this user info as user key and user value. And here is where we are gonna give this property some values. So right now what we are gonna have in here, it's gonna be for our user and user key. So each user key is gonna be this name, surname, and city, and that's why we have created with a similar name, username, and city. is gonna be equal to user value. And of course, in the end, let's push this user to our array of users. So this users array is gonna have all the objects of our users in it. So this is how we are gonna push it. Users is equal to our variable which stores the information about new user, and every time our for each loop runs, we are going to have a new object inside this user. And right now, when everything is done, let's try to echo an ajar. So as, or better, let's go with pre-tags, and I am gonna copy and keep them because we always need them. Let's copy this line. Here we are gonna remove this closing one, and here we are gonna remove the opening one, and var dump our users array, which, as we created in the function, holds all the objects that we have in it. So let's do our var dump and do it for users. Reloading the page. Syntax error on line 42. Let's see what actually goes on here. Yeah, probably it is about this semicolon, which I did not put on lines above. Property. Yeah, this is another property. Just the syntax error sometimes happens, and here you see. So just to differentiate, you could see that we had just had an array which was multi-dimensional. It holded the value, and this is how we can get the data in this format from, for example, Excel document or from a database, and we will actually make them objects one by one. So this is one and good and practical examples how we can use overloading. Our next point is gonna be about onset. I believe you are pretty familiar about how onset works from procedural programming. You were able to make onset and pass here any variable, or it was about sessions, any session, and it would be deleted from operative memory of the computer of the user. It no longer existed. In our case, it could be property or any variable. And in our case, we were able also to control what happens when we try to unset something. So just to show what we have, I'm gonna create a public property, call it just prop. We don't need actually much here. We just need these to show you how the things are working. So let's create a new user. And for our new user, I'm gonna set the value of our prop to prop, and let's try to echo this to test that everything works correctly and see what happens when we try to unset it. Reloading the page, it's prop, it's being echoed, everything is correct. Right now, let's try to unset our prop and then try to see what happens if we try to echo it. Undefined property, because this property no longer exists for our user after we unset it. Just to show you how things are working, let's try to var dump this after unset. you could see that prop no longer exists, as it's pretty much visible here. And we are able to control that too. If I try to control onset, I'm gonna remove this echo. Let's add one more magic method in here. Public function. Onset, and our onset function just accept one argument, and let's try to echo it until you tried to onset, and add this. And let's see if our function works or no. Let's reload the page. We did not get the message, although we tried to onset, and it's how it's supposed to work, because this onset function, as this get and set, they are going to work only if we try to onset a property which actually does not exist. And if I add some letters here, this property certainly does not exist in our user, we are going to get this message. So this is how actually our onset works. And another point is what happens when we try to call a function which actually does not exist. And these are the two last points which in this part of the lesson, where we are going to talk about magical methods. We are going to come to it a bit later too. So now let's try to understand how to control the process when we try to call method or static method which does not exist. So let's imagine this prop is a method and we try to call it, and what we are gonna get, of course, it's gonna be an error as unquote error call to undefined method user prop. So right now let's try to understand how we can control it. So this magical method is called call. And this call again accepts two arguments. First one is the name of the function we are trying to call, and the second one is the arguments which we actually used in here. And let's try to echo something and rewrite the default behavior of PHP. You called function with name, and let's try to do this now and see what happens when we do this. You try to call function with name prop. Pretty straightforward, but let's see what happens if we try to do it something for a static function. We are gonna get the same error, because as soon as it's static, what we do for call, it does not work for that. For it, there is a different function, and it's called call static. Let's do this like this, and with call static we are going in the same road. I'm gonna open this and echo something in here too. You called function, let's make a static function with name, and this error should go, and we should have it visible. You call static function with name prop. So that's it, my friends, for this part. The next part that we are gonna talk about is gonna be about some specific knowledge that we need to know about how PHP classes work, and about all the types of classes you can be having in PHP. We are gonna talk about traits, which helps us to get inheritance information from multiple classes. And so let's move on. Let's talk about three types of classes that we are gonna have and meet using PHP. So let's write them in our comment. And first one are gonna be simple classes, which we have pretty much been using. The second one are abstract classes. And third one are final classes. And for the last and not least, we are gonna talk about anonymous classes, which are not really used much. You will rarely meet them in usage, but anyway, let's write this in our list. Let's start from abstract ones. How to define and create abstract classes at all? So let's create a user class called X and give here some methods. Public function play. And this is usually how I would create method, but when our methods are abstract, let's see what happens. We don't need to give the usual body which function may have, and anything that is abstract, we are going to leave this function to be given a body inside the child class. So, but if we have even one abstract method inside our class also needs to be declared abstract. Otherwise, we are going to get an error. Now let's extend this class. Let's say class Y extends X. And let's leave this empty for the moment and try to see what error we are gonna get for this. And here's a fatal error. It's not even notification. Class Y contains an abstract method and must therefore be declared. And which means when we declare any method abstract inside our abstract class, we have to define that in our child class. So right now, if I define this method, even though it may be empty and do just nothing, we are gonna get rid of this class. But please take note that you can declare abstract just the methods. You can't do the same for properties. Let's see what happens when we try to do this. Abstract public $name, because properties are being kept in memory of the of your computer. Therefore, keeping them abstract is not working. And here we are gonna see now properties cannot be declared abstract. And the same goes for constants. Constants are constants. Whatever you do, it's the way it works. So we did this for this. And another question for you might be when we are actually gonna use this abstract classes. And I would say in many cases, for example, you created a framework or a tool in PHP, and other developers are going to use it. And by using abstract classes, you can force them to have these methods. It doesn't matter for you what they are gonna do in this play function. They can do anything they want. Just force them. They have to have this body, even though they like it or they don't like it. But in abstract classes, we also can have usual methods. Let's create one. Public function 1. And right now you can see that I did not put this abstract keyword, so this function is no longer abstract anymore. So if I reload the page, yeah, just let's remove this. No, it's cool. We are not gonna have any error for this run function, but let's see what we have. It's just a syntax error on line 8. Let's see where we have this error. Public public function run. Yeah, it shall be okay. Let's see what is the reason of this error. On parser, syntax error, unexpected. Let's see where all this comes from. Yeah, maybe because I declared this right after an abstract class. No, it's not correct still. Yeah, and the reason is simple. This semicolon, we don't need semicolon after these parameters, and yeah, the problem is solved. And let's see other case. In this case, we were able to see that only the methods which had this keyword abstract are mandatory for child classes to inherit and initialize. But here it's not going to work for one. And in this case, we are gonna use interfaces. For this, we are gonna write interface, and inside our interface, let's call it R. And this interface is gonna have just only abstract methods. So whatever you will write, we no longer need this abstract, because anyway it's gonna be mandatory if we use interface. So let's go public function, for example. Again, let's go for play. Let's create 4 functions like this. And let's see how we can get this information from interface. To difference to abstract classes, in case of interface, we don't use this extends keyword, but rather we do it in this way. So let's create this class D, and it's one called implements. Whenever you use interface, we need to implement it. Implements are, let's create an object from our D. And by the way, maybe I missed to tell, when you create an abstract class, you can't create an object from them. And the same goes for interface. You can just inherit them or implement, whatever works for you. So let's create our variable A, and it's gonna be called new D. And right now, we are gonna get some errors, of course, because we have these 3 functions which we had to initialize inside our class, but we never really did. So let's see this error one more time and see what it tells. Class D contains 3 abstract methods and must therefore be declared abstract or implement the remaining methods. So here's how we handle this. So now we are forced actually to create these methods. Even though we keep them empty, whatever we do, we need to have it. And as you see in difference to abstract class, we didn't have to use this abstract keyword. It's by default gonna be abstract because these methods are inside interface. Let's reload the page and let's see what's the error. Play 3. Yeah, I did not change this. It's gonna be 2 and it's gonna be 3. So yeah, no errors, everything runs good for us. Let's see what happens if we have an argument. Again, we are gonna get an error in here. Must be compatible. So what compatibility means? That if we have one argument here in our interface method, we have to have the same argument number of arguments also inside the class which implements our interface. So even though we are not gonna use this, we still have to implement it, and they need exactly to be matched. And I believe I did not save what we did. So this is it for interface. Let's just check everything is correct one more time. Everything is clean because our methods are matching. And what we do inside, it doesn't matter. Even though you don't need this, just don't use it. Just simply declare it so as it continues to work. Just one more thing before we actually pass from these interfaces, which is very important to know. We don't have multiple inheritance in PHP. You can't do something like this. For example, class F extends, for example, this number more than one class. It's not really working in PHP. This is not valid, but it just can be done one time. It's possible to do with interfaces. If we create these interfaces, let's copy these ones, RFGH, RFG. Our interface can extend multiple interfaces. So let's do this. Our interface extends R, F, and G. But just one more problem on line 32. I think we already have somewhere this R. Yeah, just let's make this K. Yeah, I think we'll possibly run into one more error. No, but that's it. So we can just inherit in PHP from just one class, but it's just possible to do extension on multiple interface if we use this interface node class. If I make this class, just see what happens. We are gonna have the errors. So that's it. There is no multiple inheritance in PHP. We have some solution for that, and now let's talk about that solutions. Let's talk about the point that is called traits. What traits are doing? Let's create some classes. Let's class ZZ. Let's create another class called C and another one, class V. As we know from inheritance, we can extend the class. It extends Z. So everything is cool. We are gonna get no errors. Yeah, we still did not fix it on line 32. Interface extends. Yeah, let's just comment this. We already finished this topic. I probably forgot to fix a line. Reloading the page, no errors, everything is good. And right now for this class V, which extends our Z, everything is cool. We don't have any problems. But what if we want the child class to get information from multiple classes? As I have showed you above, if I add here one more, it's gonna just throw a syntax error because it's not working that way. For example, we have a property. Let's say, for example, public R. And for example, we have property that we need to use in multiple classes, not just to be extended into one class, but to be used in 100 classes. For this case, we have trait. What trait does? Let's create some public properties in here too. I'm gonna copy this line. It's gonna be TYU. And so as to have everything is on trait accessible inside our class V, like we would have this in inheritance, we need to use keyword use C. And right now, if I create an object from our class V, I'm gonna call it obj. It's gonna be called new V. Now let's try to var dump that. When we do this, see what happens. We have R, T, so everything from the trait comes here. And by having a trait, it's a great advantage because we may be able to use this trait in multiple areas, not just in V, but in any class that we simply can imagine. And now let's talk from the last topic of this part of the lesson about final classes. When using final classes and when using final keyword, you are gonna make sure that this class can't be anyway inherited and there is no extension. You can just use that class. So let's create one together. For this we use keyword final class x, or there we have x, let's use n. Let's add some properties. Let's do one more. Not b, let's do m, and that is it. And if in the case of abstract classes or interface, you couldn't simply initiate into an object that class, but you could just only inherit it or use it, implement it in case of interface. In case of final class, it's completely the opposite. In case of final, you can just create objects from them and you can't inherit or extend it in any way. Let's try what kind of error we are gonna have if we try to extend it. Class age extends n. Now when we reload the page, class age may not inherit from final class. So with final class, that's it. That's why it's final. Like it's done. There is nothing you can really add here and using extension. So this is an important point from final classes. And now let's talk about one more point, which are anonymous classes, which are not really much used in development, but sometimes it's a funny thing to have inside your. And now let's see how we can use these anonymous classes. Just I really use this once in a life, but it's yet something worth to know. Let's create a class of log writer. It's gonna have public function write. It's gonna accept one argument, and this argument needs to be an object because we are gonna echo something from that. Let's call here function log. Just to make this thing a bit more funny, let's make it static. And right now, let's create an instance of the class new log writer. That is it for this part, and see what we are gonna do. How we can create and use anonymous classes. Actually, it's static. I don't know even why I created this object. Let's do like this. Let's call our write function, and here we write new class. We no longer need any name, but because we echo this log method of class we created, let's do that. Public function log echo. This is cool stuff when you are just doing some testing, I think, but it's not really much usable. On line 76 we have an error. As usual, it's the semicolon, and that's it. FFF, everything comes in here. Let's pass one more time what we have done. We created a class with public static function, static just so as I don't have to create an instance of the class, which has an argument. An argument needs to be an object, and in our case we did this by doing this new class. So it could be either object or class, to be more clear in what I am telling you. If you put here anything different like string, array, everything, it's gonna throw an error. So it's either it's gonna be object derived from a class which has this log, or just to make our lives easier and not to create a class with this stuff and then initiate class, we just create new class and we test what is, do we have bugs or no. And this is it about this part of the lesson. Let's talk about cloning. Earlier in our course, we talked about how we transfer values in object-oriented programming. Let's remember what are linked values from our procedural programming. We have done it once, but it's okay. Let's try it one more time. Let's create a variable called A, and let's create another one called B. Let's put its value 6. And whenever we try to create new variables and which are equality, which we give it by values. For example, if I create a variable called f and it's gonna have the value of a, if later I change the value of a, f is still gonna have the whole previous value in the state where a was. It's not the same for linked values. For linked values in procedural programming, we put this sign, and let's echo our f onto our web page. It's 5. But right now, if I do it one more time, and after reassigning the value of a, we are gonna have a different view. So let's try to echo our f one more time after reassignment. But before that, let's make an ajar so as we can define our boundaries. Now, reloading our page, we see 8 coming, although we never really changed the value of f, because f was never really individual variable in operative memory of your computer. It was simply linked value, like any shortcut you could have on your screen. And this is the way we have when we assign objects into PHP. Let's create a class of user and understand how we can we can assign by value, not by linking. So let's do this. I'm gonna create 2 properties just so as we can work with them. Let's make also surname, just so as our class looks good. Let's make our construct function, and it's gonna hold 2 values. It's gonna be name, or better, let's do this way, and surname. Or let's bring it back. We don't have really too much arguments in here, but of course let's fix this to function. And as we have studied before, we use this keyword. I hope you already know this if you reached so far with me. Otherwise, you need to reconsider how you study if you already forgot what you have studied. And it's gonna hold this value. Now, let's create an object. For example, n. It's gonna be new user. The name, yeah, let's just fix this typo because we have case sensuality. Let's call n green. Now let's imagine we wanna create another object, for example John, and we give it the value of n. As we talked, it's gonna be linked value. So anyway we change anything for n's, let's say we change the name of our n, the name for John variable, your John object is gonna be changed also. And sometimes we need solutions where we need to give values not by link but by the current state. So if I use here clone keyword, it saves an object is created by the state of n, which was on 15th line. So if even I change something on 16th line, it's not gonna be no more valid because John already has its own space in operative memory of your computer. Let's make a couple of setters here so as we can show you. I can show you how everything works. Let's like make public function set name is gonna have one argument, and as we are always doing, now let's call this function for n. I believe I called it set name, and let's give it another name. Let's call it Sue. Just something, just regular letters. We don't really work with real users in here. Let's echo a pretext so as when we var dump and we see difference, we have a better and more beautiful view of what's happening in there. Actually, I don't need to close this pretext. Anyway, I will comment this section right after, and let's do var dump. Let's var dump our n and var dump our John. Never forgetting the semicolon and reloading. We see two objects. We first did it for n. As we see, the name of n is changed, it's Sue, and the surname is the same. But for the second object, which was created by cloning of n, and what cloning did, it gave all the properties and methods to John, but by the current state of 19th line. So if this could happen on right after we set the name, we would be having the same. So one more time, if we have linked values, our objects don't take space in operative memory of computer. They are just shortcuts on your desktop. And if even after assignment we change anything in one of these, it's gonna be changed for each of them, both for John and both for n. Right now we have linked assignment. If now reload the page, both of them are gonna be Sue. And just for you to see, if even I change it for John and not for n, we are gonna have the same result because these are linked. If we change anything on linked value, it's gonna apply also to n. On the other hand, if we want to avoid this situation, we can use cloning. And what cloning does, it creates an object by the current state of the object we clone. So any change later, they are not linked, and John takes its individual space in your computer's operative memory. So let's talk about some problems which cloning could have for us. For examples, let's imagine for our user, of course we are gonna need status if we have a social website. So let's create a protected property called status. And on the top of that, let's create two constants, or even one. It's the right way to do it, one, which is gonna hold value about user registration status, if it's approved or no. So let's call it status registration, and let's give it a value of 1. And if you remember from the basics of programming, 1 is equal to true and 0 to false. So I don't need to create two constants telling status registered or status not registered. We can just keep everything in one value. And here I'm not gonna set anything with argument, but rather every time a user is initialized, we are gonna give the status of registered of 1. So we call constant variable with self, and here we call the name. So every time a user is created, we set a value for status as registered, as true. And let's say a user lost its email password and she needs to recover it. And here we, of course, don't want to give our full details what he or she needs, because, for example, they may have a password. It's gonna be protected property also. Let's say we don't want to send this password to her, but we just need to send her some limited data. So let's create a pass and see how we can manage to save this data, not to pass to the cloned object, because this is private. So let's just add here one more line in our constructor for our password, so as we are sure everything is great. And let's just change here password, and let's say the password of, I don't want you to know, like this. And that is it. And every time we clone something, everything, all the information for that object is transferred to the object which gets the cloned value. But we can manage this with one very specific magical method. So type after me if you are working with me: public function clone. And let's see how we can manage it in clone. So if it's empty, it's gonna be by default, it's gonna transfer everything. But see what we are gonna do. We are gonna tell that for each cloned time when we make cloning, this password is gonna be null. That's it. And we don't want this registration status to be true, because if we need to clone the user, it means there is problem with current user. So we temporarily want to withhold the registration status. And that is it. Now let's see how the things are working for us in our var dump. Right now, let's close. I'm gonna close my additional windows. So I have a syntax error on line 26. Let's see where the problem actually comes from. So it's line 26. And yeah, it's very childish mistake actually. You can't reassign the value of constant, but rather what we did, we needed to reassign it for this status. So let's just keep this to 0. And I believe that's it, nothing else. And see what happens. For N, which is our original user, and for John, which is our cloned object. So for N, the name is Sue and the name is N, and yeah, we changed it together. For the surname, yeah, we got the surname, but for password, we got null. And that's what this clone magical method did for us. And for the status, it's 0, because we no longer have active user. We temporarily withhold her existence inside our social media. So until she with our program, we can do what we want. So this is an example how cloning works. Now let's talk for another two magical methods. And those magical methods are invoke and toString. Now let's try something together and get a couple of errors. Sometimes getting errors is pretty good. So let's try something like this. Echo, for example, your name is, and let's call our object and see what kind of error we are gonna get. We are gonna get nothing. So that's it, because our invoke magical method is empty. See what happens here. Sometimes we have classes which hold one value, and we need to call that one value. For example, in our case, it could be our name. So let's create this invoke magical method. And let's return a value of 111 and see what happens. Now we are gonna get 41. Your name is 111. So this is an easy way. If your, again, let me repeat myself, if your class holds one specific value, which you will meet pretty much frequently in object-oriented programming, because as we talked before, each class needs to keep its own simple one logic. If it needs more functions, you get it from other classes. So in our case, with invoke, we are able to return that one specific value and use it like here in concatenation, which otherwise wouldn't be working. So in our case, let's imagine it's the name. So the return value here is gonna be this and the name. So every time I need to access the name, it is gonna happen in a pretty simple way. And see here that we called it as a function. But what happens if we want to call it like this, not as a function? We are gonna have an error. Object of class user could not be converted to string. And yeah, that's true, it's not possible because it's object, but it's wrong, it's a mistake unless we define our toString magical method. So let's create it together. It's called toString. And let's return our name here too. And see what we are gonna get. It's gonna be working in the same way as we did for function. So that's very easy. Of course, this is not where actually you wanna use it, because it could be worked when you have something constant, but when you don't have any constant, it's gonna come from you create objects. If it's something static, this is only when you are gonna use this, but still it's a pretty handy tool for you to have, because sometimes you are gonna need this. Now let's talk about serialization. What serialization does? It helps us to save our object as a string. Let's try to do this together. So this is how we can do this. Let's say we have a variable nscr, and here we are gonna call our serialize function, which is native in PHP, and here we are gonna pass our n object. Serialize accepts one argument, and that needs to be an object. And right now let's remove this echo and do var dump. And I don't need to do n and John, we already passed this, and let's just see what happens with our nscr. Reloading the page and see, we're gonna see a string full of data. This is where it's gonna be helpful to you. For example, you got as an your object, and you need to save all the information to database, and you need to serialize it. And now let's imagine the opposite. You got information from database and you got it as a string, and of course you are gonna need to have it as an object, for example, for do some changes in there. And for this reason, we can also deserialize. So let's move forward. We got an error, undefined function, yeah, because it needs to be unserialized. We can unserialize and see what happens with unserialized version of our nscr. So PHP is gonna automatically get it back. So we got an error, so let's see where actually this comes from. I think the reason of the error that we tried to unserialize an object, which we can unserialize when an object converted to string. And yeah, I think that's all that we need to see. Yeah, that's it. And you see here the string, which was actually from object, from our n, and here it's converted back to object. This is a nice function for you to know. But now we talked a lot about magical methods, and of course we are gonna talk about how we can interfere into this serialization process and unserialization process, how we can control something in there. And to difference what we did about cloning, invoke, to string, there are actually 3 ways of managing this, and each of them has its unique advantages and unique disadvantages. So let's start from first way, which are sleep and wake up magical methods. So as we usually do about magical methods, we use public function to underscores, which indicate that these are magical methods. Let's first call sleep, and this sleep calls when we want to serialize something, and we need our wake up when we unserialize something. Let's just call wake up as in usual English. And here we are, but it's not like, it's a bit more specific way what you need to do in order not to get errors, because as I told, there are 3 ways of managing this. The first one is sleep and wake up, and each of them has its own way of controlling this serialization and this unserialization process. Let's first start from sleep and wake up. As we talked before, sleep activates, and whatever I write here is being used when we try to serialize our object, and wake up when we try to do unserialization. For sleep, we just return an array, and an array shall be matching the names of your properties. So in our case, those are name and surname. Now let's reload the page, and syntax error 42nd line. Yes, it's semicolon, I guess. Even without watching the line, that's what I usually forget. Yeah, let's just activate this var dump. Okay, let's save this. We don't need this. We don't need this one. Yeah, and in our case, let's do this in the following way. Let's do 2 var dumps. each one in pre-tag, but in our case I'm gonna also put AGR in between, so as the difference is more distinctive. So let's echo this out. Let's echo an AGR. Now when we reload the page, yeah, again in our online 59, let's see where is the, yeah, semicolon here. Again reloading, and we see that we get name, Sue, and surname. And meanwhile, as I told, the array names shall be matching the properties. So if I write here something different, we get it, if I'm not mistaken, offset error. Yeah, variable for, yeah, serialized. Here we see that this does not exist. So this is how the things are working for the sleep function. And right now let's see what happens for the wake up. We just make our changes whenever wake up is called. So let's see what we are gonna return. For example, for name, maybe we want to return not actual name but just a couple of letters. So as you see here, the name comes back as it's not should be. So it came whatever we wrote in here. So this is how we can manipulate the what we are gonna get. But still, this is just the one part of the way to do serialization. Let's now study the second one. The second one also uses an interface. So as we talked before, we need to use implements keyword and implement serializable. So let's make sure I'm writing it without any letter mistakes. Yeah, I guess that's okay. And after we implement this serializable, we are going to have access into two functions. These are public function serialize and unserialize. Meanwhile, we need to understand that here we are starting to work with priorities. What are priorities? As we talked, both sleep and serialize are doing the same thing, and the same for backup and unserialize. But when we have implemented serializable interface, and then these functions gain priority. So whatever we write here is much more important than what's in sleep and wake up. But for serialize, it's gonna be a bit different. We are still going to have return values, but return value is gonna work in these days. Serialize. In serialization, we are going to have an array of associative array. So, and as I told, the keys need to match the properties, and the name, the value is gonna be got in this way. This, as we have been using, and let's refer to name, and let's do the same for surname. We don't need comma anymore because this is the last element of our associative array. Let's just add here sur and the name, the same here. But so as we can see the difference, let's concatenate here word play. And so as you see that what we have done here has got priority over here what we did in sleep. Let's open our browser, reload the page, and remove the syntax error, and reload again. Okay, so interface, something is wrong. Let's see where the problems comes from. I think, yeah, it's just I have grammar error. Serializable. Yeah, this is how it shall be. That's happens sometimes. Must be compatible with serializable here. And let's figure it. Yeah, sure, we have here an argument and this should be good now. And as we can see inside our serialized result, so play, which was actually we needed to prove that we get the result which is in serialized, not inside sleep. So now when we have proved this, let's now understand how we got to deal actually with this unserialized, because this should be pretty unfamiliar to us. But actually what we have here, it's this data which has all the information. So we need to call here unserialized function, put this in here and give them values. This would be an associative array. So for name, this should be like this: data, name. And the same should go for our surname. Reloading the page, and we see the name as green. Here, something I did as a mistake. Here I need to put sur, and reloading, we see Sue green. Everything worked good. And by the way, what's the advantage of, for example, using sleep over socialize over sleep? In case of serialize, we are able to manipulate here what we get. We can add our letters, add our words, but here inside sleep, when we were using sleep, we were not able to do this. And the same goes for unserialize. Here I can concatenate something I want. So I feel that we have more freedom in here than we would have inside sleep and wake up. And right now let's talk about the last way of manipulating the results of serialized and unserialized functions. Those are again using magic methods. Let's write our function. It's called serialize, and let's do the same for unserialize as well. So let's Control D, saving and adding this prefix, and here again we need to have an argument. This is the argument which holds all the information from serialize. In the case of this way, the things work pretty much the same way. So let's copy this line and let's do the same for unserialize. It's just a difference in serialization. We don't need to call this function already, because in case of serialize, we already have this implemented. But for the unserialize, it works in the same way. So let's reload the page. We should be able to see the same result. And we got some errors. Let's see where we got them. Expects a string on line 69 and on 70, 71. So let's see where the problem comes from. And yeah, we need to use the other structure in case of unserialized. So these are three ways. So sometimes it's okay, you are able to mix. You just don't need to hold this with its unserialized. You just need, in case of magic method, use it in this way of construction. Right now it shall be fixed. So it's the name Sue and the green, and the name is Sue green. So that's it today. So what we got today, we understood how we are able to clone, how we can manage serialize and unserialization, and we understood three ways of manipulating the end result. So this is the end for this part of the lesson. Let's talk about typehinging. Together we have seen pretty much if you have some procedural programming experience, that sometimes we are having pretty much many mistakes because of data types that we are passing though in our functions. Let's see how we can control this actually inside object-oriented programming. Let's create a class called user and create two properties. And another one. Let's make another function, public function set name. And while we want to set name, or let's better tell hello. And for hello, we are gonna have one argument which is gonna be our a name. And for the name, we are gonna echo hello, one space, and using concatenation get our argument value. Everything looks cool here, except the fact what's gonna happen if we actually don't pass a string. Probably we are gonna have some errors. Let's create an object before we move on. New, by making our new user, and let's try to see if we actually can get errors or no. So for n, we are gonna call this hello function. Let's fix here and make it return, which is more correct. And calling our hello, having an argument of John. Let's call it second time, and this time not put a string, but rather integer or float, whatever would like. And the last one, let's have here a class. So let's do it like this and see where we are gonna get errors. So reloading a page. Hello John, everything is correct. Now commenting this first line and uncommenting the second one where we pass an integer. Hello 111. Again, we don't have any errors. And now the last one where we were using a class. Again reloading, and we get our uncaught error object of class, anonymous class, as we have talked just in the last lesson what anonymous class is, could not be converted to string. So what happens here, whatever we pass, PHP tries to convert into string, and it gives us an error only when it can't actually do it for integer. It was successful in string conversion. So this is an interesting point for us to understand. So we have actually two ways of controlling of our control. One, what we get inside, and what is the result of our function. So we can control the input type by putting the words here before giving the argument. So let's try to do string. So by doing this, PHP understands that we expect a string here, and this is, my friends, called typehinging. Before we move on and see how we can actually take advantage of this, because right now when we have done this string, it would be pretty much the same situation. We would get error just only on the third case. Let's see how we can use it. Now we can, but how we can use it, and right now let's see what we can pass through here. What are the allowed types? So I'm gonna keep my commenting a multi-line comment, and let's start from some data types. It can be integer, int as integer, float passes here as float, then it can be a string, which we have already seen. Let's continue by boolean, and can be an object. So these are the values that we can pass here, and this is hiding PHP what we expect to be here. on the top of that, we can have here the name of class or interface. So if we have here class X, and we pass instead of string word X, it's gonna understand that we expect an object which is derived from our class X, or it can pretty much be also an interface of Y, and it won't make any mistake for us. So it can be also an interface. Another type that we could expect here to happen is called callable, and it expects here to be a callback function. And how this callback function is gonna act, let's see it together. This is what callback function looks like. It's gonna be function, it's a callback function, it's gonna echo player, or just return it. And if you reload the page, we can still see an error. Must be an instance of callback, and I think it needs to be here callable, not callback, and this is gonna fix the situation. We are still having this error. It could not be converted to string, yeah, because if we have it callable, we need to call it as a function. So if we fix this, just in a moment, it's gonna work. Hello player, it's the value that we passed inside our function. So we did also understood what's callable. We can also have an array. Of course, most of us know what's an array. It can be self and iterable. Now let's talk about self. Now when we try to go back to our function and write here self, it is going to expect an instance of object user of the same class in which the function is within. So now let's try to delete all this callback and instead pass here the same n. And now when we try to reload the page, we might be seeing function must be a string, but that is just because we have this concatenation. Now if you remove all this, we would be clean from any errors. So it still expects us to be a string. That's interesting. Let's see why actually. Let's just return null because I think the object is non-returnable. That's what makes it happen. Yeah, that's it. We're getting error because just we are trying to return an object which cannot happen. So it was trying to convert it to string, and that's it. So by using self, we understood that we expect an instance of class user. And the other stuff that we need to pass is called iterable. What iterable does, it expects from us something that can be iterated. For example, we have an array here that can be iterated using our for each name as value. So this is what iterable expects from us, and this is for it from Typehinging. But whatever we talked together up to until now, it was about what comes to function, but we never really talked what really we wait to come out of function, what we expect to be return data type. And this is what is being done by pushing this sign and the name string. So the process is pretty much the same. Whatever we write in here, it's gonna work for us. So in the same way that we were doing here, we write here integer or string. So if we do here return type string and we try to return an integer, so let's make sure we still have declare this strict type. We can declare the strict type, and this is what I'm gonna talk to you about just in a moment. So as you can see what declare does, but let's actually, before talking about this, talk about what declare type does. Let's do strict types. Strict types is equal to 1, and if you remember, 1 is equal to true. So what we got in here before, when we were talking about these errors, we have seen that whatever we passed, if it's integer or a string, it would not throw us an error, but we would get if we got a new class. So let's return our name. Let's make back this to string and return usual hello one more time. And here let's pass a string. What we get in here, reloading the page, hello John. We have done this once, but let's do it again. Now let's try it with the same integer. Like potentially it should be an error because it's a string. How can integer not throw an error? But let's see that we get it. But let's do it without this declaration, and we would be able to see that it's gone. It's 111, and only for the last one we get an error. Because in this case, the object cannot be converted to string. What PHP does, it tries to show you as less error as possible. So for scalar data types, so what are the scalar data types? Those are our string, it's integer, it's float, and boolean. So if you mentioned here string and you try to pass integer, PHP would automatically try to convert that integer to string to avoid mistakes, and the same for float and the same for boolean. So this is what happens automatically. But when we declare strict types to true or strict types to 1, it stops this conversion. So no longer this 111 will be valid, but rather it is going to return as a mistake now when strict types is declared. So this is what I wanted to discuss to you, and what I missed before we pass to return value control. So we control return value by putting this sign and the name. Let's say we want string to come out, and let's try to return an integer. Potentially we are correct. The value which got into the function was a string, but when I reload, return value of user hello must be of type string, integer returned. So by this way, we were able to avoid misunderstanding, because we could accept string, but return value was on control. Right now, we control return value in this way. And this works in the same way as we did for typehinging. We pass this and it's working. So, but there are a couple of nuances that need to be discussed that we can talk about. Let's first talk about this question mark and see what it does. Let's try to return null, which actually means nothing inside programming. But see here, we expect string to come out and reload. We get an error that null return, but we expected type string. But when I put this small and little question mark, what we get is no error, because this question mark means that we either expect whatever comes after it or null. Another thing to talk is about void. So what void does for us, it expects us to have absolutely no return. So a void function but not return a value. So whenever we specify here void, we tell PHP that we don't have return value here at all, then that is what is sometimes needed in our programs and applications. Now let's talk about one more topic, which are covariance and contravariance. For this, I'm not gonna write a whole bunch of classes here because a topic that needs to be understood well enough. I'm gonna run though with you the official PHP documentation on php.net. And before we talk about what actually covariance is, I'm gonna make this bigger. Let's actually understand what we have in here. Here we have a created abstract class of animal, and then we have dog and cat, which extend the class, and because of this abstract class, both of them inherit speak public function, one of them barking and one of them doing meow. Now let's pass to our second part, where now we can understand what covariance is. So we create an interface of animal shelter with a function adopt, and while we try to adopt, we want to adopt, let's for example a cat, we specify we want as a return value a cat, not an animal from which our cat comes, but exactly a cat. So this is how result valuing for classes work. When you specify cat, it means that here as a result you can get either either class cat or something that extends class cat. So for example, if we had class super cat which extends our cat class, it would be also valid result in this case. So in our case, in order to avoid having usual animal class, we have gone to more specific class. And this is, my friend, what covariance is. And we can see the same which is done for the dog case. And here we get our result. So to a difference, oh, I close this page. Let me open it one more time. Let's understand what contravariance is. As soon as it's also a very contravariance is the opposite of covariance. In this case, instead of going from to more specific, we jump from more specific to less specific class, so as we can have more options available to us. And now when we go to contravariance, let's see what goes on. We have class food, and animal food extends our class. And here we have also abstract class of animal with protected name property and function it. So in dog case, when we extend the class, we tell that we don't just want to have a usual animal food, but we tell that we want accept also food, because dog can eat also human food too. So it's not just animal food that we want, but we want all the food in the world which can be eaten by the dog. And this is, my friends, how instead of going more specific, we have been less specific in this case. And let's see what other example they have. I believe that's it, but I hope you understood. Let's pass through this one more time together to make sure we are all good. So let's start from covariance. As I told, in covariance, we go more specific inside what we want or what we want as a result inside our classes. So here we have abstract class of animal, and we have dog and cat coming out from that animal. And here we have also interface where we have animal shelter and we can adapt. And in cat shelter, we say that we want cat. We don't say we want animal, because in cat shelter we are able only to have cats. If I expect here as a result also animal, we'd be having also dogs, but can you have dogs inside cat shelter? And the same happens for dogs, where we expect just dog coming, not animal. So instead of asking here for animal, we asked for dog, because if we ask for animal, we accept animal and anything that extends that animal. So in this case, we wanted only dog or any other class that extends dog, for example, pitbull and other types of dogs. So this is what's about covariance, and contravariance is pretty much the opposite. You do, if you wanna, when you go instead of more specific to less specific. For example, in this case, where for a dog, we don't ask for just animal food, but we ask for any food, because dogs can pretty much eat everything, if I'm not mistaken. So my friends, I hope you understood it well enough. So this is it about covariance and contravariance. Now let's talk about error and exception handling. As you know from your work experience with PHP, for example, if I try to echo something, call this method on object that does not exist, probably and for sure, this PHP is gonna tell a lot of error to us. Undefined variable, uncaught error call to member function on null, which does not exist. So PHP tells us when something is wrong from its syntax, or we call an object or variable which does not exist. But sometimes in our business logic, we need to do something different. For example, let's work with user as we have been doing that before. And let's make a setter right now. Public function, let's delete this part. Set name, and it's gonna have one argument, it's gonna be name, and it's better to make them private. This is how it happens in real life. Examples of life. So, and what we are gonna do, we need to check. So if the length of our argument if argument is not empty, so I'm gonna pass this in here, is bigger than 0, let's set this. So we are gonna use with this keyword and set this to name. On the other hand, if we have empty argument, we need error. So I'm gonna put here else, and this is how we can throw new errors. So we use keyword throw new exception. Let's fix myself. Throw new exception, and hereby I leave a message. So your username should not be empty. It is cool. Right now let's try to do this. So let's call this set name. I'm gonna remove these 2 lines. On now n, which is an instance of user, I'm gonna call this set name function. And by the matter of fact, I'm gonna leave this empty. So as we can visually see that this exception that we have thrown is really working. Reloading the page and see uncaught exception, your username shall not be empty. And he also gives us details where all this happens. There's also note about stack trace. We'll talk about this later, but you see that right now we have created an error which happened in our application. And where this is useful, let me repeat myself. Something may not be wrong for the syntax or laws of PHP, but it may be wrong for the business logic of your application. And this is where I see these exceptions are coming more than handy. But let's understand how actually errors are working. we can see here that it's unfatal error, uncaught exception. But what happens if I try to call it on an object which does not exist? It's gonna be uncaught error. So we have errors and exceptions. To understand better how these things are working, just give me a moment to go over how in PHP core files, and which will help us to see visually how actually the processes in PHP look like. Here is the file which I have downloaded, so as I can show you what we want. We can see interface throwable, and above our exception and error, which we have seen before, are being implemented from this throwable. So showing you one more time, you can see uncaught error, and we can have also other type of message which is uncaught. I believe I forgot that moment, so let me reload the page and we will see uncaught exception. Yeah, so here it also can be uncaught exception. So both of them are being inherited from this throwable interface. So we have exception and we have this error. And on the other hand, we have also our own. We have also other classes which extend exception. One of them, for example, is logical exception. Let's try to find all of them. This is how we can do it. We can say extends, and it's gonna extend our exception. And with this keyword, we will see in the code what we have. So we have error exception which comes from that, and let's see what extends the error. We can see that we have 5 errors, but all of them are empty in here. So this is how we are able to create new exceptions, and let's understand how we can manage them. Sometimes after we get error, we sometimes need to do some more than catching and showing the error. For this, we are gonna know about catch and try. And this is how the things are gonna work when we use this construction. First of all, we say try. In try, we pass this. And if in try everything is okay, we'll never try to go further. But if there is any error, it's gonna go to catch. So in catch, we can give the name of the error. So in our case, it's exception. So if there is an exception, let's keep the information about the error here. We are gonna manage here. For example, if there is exception, we are gonna echo, and I forgot the function. Let's get code, get line. We can hereby see what it's about error, sorry, what our exception has. So our exception has, for example, a get line. Now let's call get line method on our exception. So ERR is the object from our exception, so we can be sure call this get line and see what happens. So reloading the page, and we see 34. It happens on the 34th line. So this is how we can manage what is going on. On the other hand, also we can use other functions. You can see here we used sleep, construct, wake up. It's everything we have already talked about together. And get code, let's try to do also get code. So all these are available for us. It's 0. Everything correct. So here we gave the name of the exception. But if we don't do anything, for example, we just throw here just an error, not exception, see what's gonna happen. We are still getting an error because this is for exception, but the error which we thrown here is not an exception. So by default, what it does, if we have more than, we can do more catches. It calls for throwable. So, and throwable has all the errors inside it. As we have talked together, throwable is an interface from which this exception, on base of which this exception is created. So this is how things are getting done, and in the end we can have our finally. So this is something that happens anyway. So let's try to echo play, and this always is gonna happen in the end. It doesn't matter if we are correct or no. So if I put here some more letters, still our finally comes into play. So just keep in mind that if you need to make some logic, if not concerned if you have error or no, just you can use this finally, and for catches you can have as many catches as you want. And by the way, now we are starting to code, and you will in a couple of minutes understand how to create your own exceptions and errors. Let's first start from remembering what we talked together, how we created exceptions and error. As we can see, these are classes, and when we do errors, we see some information about types of errors. So for examples, let's go down in here and throw new exception. Let's keep this exception yet, and here instead of get code, get message. And after reloading the page, we would see the message that we have. And except message, we had here some more data, if you remember. So let's go from up to down for our exception. We understood code, let's get file, and go trace a string. Let's see what actually this one more function does. Yeah, it gives us information where the problem comes from. Now let's imagine we want to give more information. Let's fully delete this. It's gonna throw error even without our support. We just use this when we want to customize. And of course, yeah, if we don't have this, it's gonna have mistake. If you have try, you at least gonna have catch or finally, just one of these. You can just do it. So it says uncaught exception. What if you want to give more information here? For example, empty string exception, and this would make our code mistakes a bit more understandable, which can be done, of course. And now let's understand how we can do it. So to do this, we just need to create and extend the class of our exception. So let's do this and call it this way: class empty string exception. Yeah, I believe this is the right exception. Yeah, extends, and this is gonna extend our exception. And this is it. We have one more new type of exception. So whenever we try to do this, let's throw this exception and get this information. So, or even let's leave this empty and just reload the page and see what we have. Uncaught empty string exception. And in the same way, we can create as many types of exceptions and errors. But if we want to do error, we just do like this. And by the matter of fact, some of you may think, hey, what if we just create completely new type of error? Because as we have talked together, we get it from throwable and we try to implement it like it does exception or error. It is not gonna work. You can't implement throwable. You can just extend exception or error. Let's check about error. If we use the right class, yeah, it's correct. And this is it actually about handling the exceptions and errors. So hope you would be able to use this. This is a nice tool actually to know these functions. If you want to, for example, manage and get more beautiful view of your messages, it's something worth doing. So empty string exception. Yeah, I believe I did it twice. Let's call it error, the second one. So this is it, and let's prepare and get ready to work with namespaces. Is another topic which is gonna extend our knowledge about scope and about how to better manage our variable, especially when we are going to have huge applications. During our coding experience, we have listened a lot about global scope. And then we talked about also local scope. And what they proved us that we can have variables which are available in global and not available in our functions. So totally speaking, we can understand there are some borders in which our variables, our classes, and whatever we have created are being kept. First of all, let's understand what is global scope. Imagine that then PHP interpreter starts to work, it puts these brackets in the beginning and in the end of your file, and this is considered to be a global scope, and everything that's inside the function, for example f, is going to be in your function scope. So whatever is here, variables created here are not available in global scope and the opposite. But if we work with huge applications, sooner or later we start to face problems. For example, if I have application from 1000 coding pages, we could have a chance to have someone to create class user second time, and definitely we are gonna see an error popping up to our screen. And it would be very bad for our application actually to have it. So for example, when users opens the page, we see these errors coming and it's really bad. And that is why we have namespaces, and which help us to separate and create our own scopes. But before talking about our scopes, let's understand one more thing, which is autoloading. What autoloading actually does for us. Let's imagine we have a file, and in PHP we have a golden rule that one file should contain one class. For example, we have a folder with name class, and here we have some PHP file. For example, user.sorry.js. Let's put it to PHP. Let's say we have user.php. Then let's have another class too, player.php. And let's keep these two. This is enough for us. And let's create some classes here. Let's create here our player, and in user let's create our user. So we have them, and basically what's the idea of this file arrangement, that whenever you do something, let's say you have this class folder, you have some folder for your settings, and everything gets run from a single file. Let's say everything is inside subfolders, and in main folder you just run, for example, do something like this: application run, and this command runs the application. This is actually the ideal structure we want to have. And of course we don't want this application class to be here. It needs to be in other folder, like here, like we can make application.php. But in this case we are having problem that the files shall be accessible within our main folder, and if we have just two files, it's okay for us to do something like this: require once, and here we go. For example, we tell we want to have from classes, and we want a file user.php, and now we can pretty much easily create our instance of our class. So Adam is our new user, and because it's require once, we don't have any error. Let's see where is the problem. Index.php require once classes. Yeah, it's just a, yeah, it's class, not classes. And pretty much that is it. We don't have any errors, which means our user is created. And if we decide to create a stat, for example, a property, let's call it public name is Adam. I'm not gonna put here constructor, just I'm gonna try to make the things easy, and I'm gonna echo our Adam. So everything works, and we are gonna get our response if everything is correct. Okay, its name is gonna be Adam. Let's see. Yeah, I think we forgot to echo. The rest is okay. So it is okay to do like this, but imagine web application where we need everything to be accessible. So we are gonna need to have not even 10, but sometimes in huge applications, thousands of lines like this. And really, it's not the way that OOP is constructed for. This is just very bad and unmaintainable code. That is why SPL, which is an abbreviation for standard PHP library, we have a nice function which is called SPL Autoload Register. Let's see what it does for us and how it solves the problem of loading the files which are not findable for PHP. For example, in this case, when we don't have this require, it will get an error because we don't have actually any class user existing. So let's do this. Let's call this autoload register, and we need to have a callback function here. You can do pretty much the above, and this function needs to have one argument, which is the name of the class which is being called. So every time that PHP tries to run the code and it tries to find the user but sees that there is no any user, before actually throwing any class, it's gonna refer to our SPL autoload register, trying to check if this function gives us any information. Let's see how it works. Let's die by getting the class name. Instead of user, let's like call some random user and see what happens on our page. User, yeah, whatever we have here as a name. So what we understand right now, we have seen that this function is actually called before throwing any error. Otherwise, it will refer here, see nothing goes inside here that helps the interpreter, and we were on our road to get a fatal error. And there are a couple of ways that we can use this. For example, let's use include once, and whenever we have a class name, we know that we store classes in a folder called class. So what we can do something like this, class, and here we are gonna use concatenation and concatenate it with PHP instead ending. So let's try it for the user and see our result. One more time before showing, let's understand what happens. PHP interpreter sees that we create an instance of class of user, but class of user does not exist in this file, so it tries before throwing a fatal error to refer to this function which tells if you don't find an instance of the class, include ones from class folder with the name of the class in the end.php, and this argument is whatever we pass in here. So whatever name of the class that we refer, it's gonna come here. So let's reload the page, and now we can see that Adam is here. The same is gonna happen for player. So for player, let's refer other name. Let's call it public name. Let's call, for example, Messi. And now let's try to create another instance of the class, which is gonna be Messi. So let's put here player instead of user, and we have Messi, because as I told you, when we try to create an instance of class, it sees that class does not exist. It refers with SPL autoload register, and it calls this function which includes by trying to find the file in a way, in a logic that we have created. Meanwhile, you don't have to actually to make this function inside here. You can just cut this. Let's paste this in here. Function, let's give it a name. For example, call get path. And here we are gonna refer the name of the function. And this is gonna work too. Actually, this is a bit better and cleaner type in which we can write our code. And the next step, which helps us to have our applications far more better and safer, are namespaces. Let's understand what I am talking about. I'm gonna create a file in our part 9, accept our index and call name.php. So as we can exercise with namespaces a bit in here. The way we can create namespaces is by using keyword namespace and give a name, for example x. And let's copy this line a couple of times and have other namespaces too. By here, what we have as a knowledge is that we have this global scope and variables in our functions, but here we can create our own spaces. And if we have a class of user in each of these, let's copy this part to not to rewrite it. It's not gonna throw any error because these are different classes. This is class user that belongs to namespace X. This is a class of user that belongs to namespace Y, and this is a class of user that belongs to user Z. Let's change this to different name. This is called X Adam. This one is gonna be called Y Adam. And the last one is gonna be called Z Adam. And if they were not in namespaces, we would be sure we would have an error here. But right now inside namespace, it's fully okay to have the same names. Let's go to name.php file. And we are gonna see blank face because there are no any single errors. And the way to use it is pretty simple. If you want to access any namespace, you are just using keyword use, and we told use x using this sign, and here we say user, and probably would be having a conflict because we already have class of user, and by using also class of user inside x is gonna throw an error because classes user already we have it. Here it says cannot declare class z user because the name already in use, and this is the problem because we used it. It first loads the class of user from x. This is how we accessed it, and when trying to create this class, because interpreter is from top to bottom, it says, hey, I already have a class of user. So that's normal problem. And another thing which you can take a note in here, that by using use, we don't get everything in the class. If we had 100 classes, it doesn't matter to us. We asked from just single class, which is user, from our x namespace. So for our x user, we can use keyword as foo, for example. And from here on, we would be able to, this user would be recognized inside namespace z as foo, so we won't have any class conflict. And right now what I can do for you to demonstrate how all these things works, I'm gonna create an instance of object, calling it obj, and call it new foo. And because we have already a default name here, I'm gonna echo the name. So it's gonna be obj and name, and see how the things are working. And yeah, we get our x Adam. And the same way we could access this class of user from y. And if I change here to y, you would see the difference. Here we have y Adam, and voila, this is how the things are working. That's cool. We understood how to make namespaces. So right now, when you work in namespaces, even if a developer comes after, let's say, a year and creates its own class of user, he's gonna create it in his own namespace. So your class of user, his class of user are not gonna make any conflicts. And if it's ever gonna be he's the guy or a girl who's gonna do that, they would know they can use the construction s and give it other name. So we are out of errors. Our application runs pretty smoothly. This is the first main topic, how the namespaces work, but I'm gonna right now delete all this namespace stuff. It was just to show you how the things are working, and I'm gonna go back to player and refactor this code using a namespace. As I told you, to have a namespace, we use keyword namespace. We give it a name, for example, let's give it in our case a class, opening and closing brackets, and the code goes inside those opening and closing brackets. But there is a better way to handle this. For example, this is how we can do this. If we just do like this, that's it. Because we don't close it, from the moment we close it, it's gonna understand that everything inside here refers to our namespace player. So this is a nice thing for us. Or let's give it another name, class player. And you are gonna understand a bit later why we are doing this. Or let's just keep the word class. So whatever we write here goes inside namespace class, and let's keep also this in the same namespace the user namespace class. You can see that I'm naming the namespace by the same name as the folder where the classes are being kept, and as you can see, we are keeping the rule of one class in one file. And this is the same logic we are having in here. And now let's try to get our results. in our index.php. As you already know, we need to use this use construction to be able to access the namespaces. So what we can do here, we can say use class, call this, and here from namespace class we are gonna use a player. So that is it. We have this namespace class and we have a class of player. So this is how the things are gonna work, but it's not gonna work yet, and I am gonna tell you just in a minute what's the reason that we are having this problem, and we are gonna solve this together. You see that syntax error, unexpected class. So it totally misunderstood whatever we are doing in here, and I think because I used a reserved word class, because actually it's reserved and you can't actually use it in other place except creating classes. Yeah, sorry for this mistake. Let's call the folder in this case classes, and here we can call classes too. And this is like in all programming languages, there are some reserved words which you are not really allowed to use. So let's call these classes, and probably this error would be gone. And yeah, we don't have, it did not include it, although we used the namespace, but this file is not yet included. And this is how we are gonna solve this. Of course, we are going to use our set of our SPL autoload register function, and we are gonna have to talk a lot more about SPL, but let's keep this for later. So first of all, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna keep all the information inside a variable, and this variable is gonna do also s replacement. In the second, you are gonna understand what's the reason I'm doing this. I don't want, when you are calling, it's better we are using this construction when using the pub. That's why I'm doing str replace. So any kind of design, let's add this, needs to be replaced by this class name. And as you remember, the class name is what we pass here. So sorry, yeah, just to fix myself, we need to replace with the construction like this. It's evening, I'm a bit tired, so sometimes happens to have problems. And in the end, we are going to add this class name to everything. And of course, right after this, there comes concatenation. It's gonna be .php. And just to make sure we don't have any errors, just let's die with getting this file path, and then if everything is cool, we can require. Let's reload the page now, and yeah, classes player.php, and this is the same construction, classes player.php. And this is the reason I made the name of namespace same as the name of the folder, so as I can later use this when trying to get the file path. And we don't really have much to do, we just require once. And we have the file path already. And after reloading, we get messy. That's cool. And if we do the same for users, in the same way, it gets the file path. And we are gonna get the name of Adam, I think. Yeah, message failed to open stream online 7. Yeah, because it's user, not users, the name of the class. And right now we shall not have problems. Let's see why we have this error. Actually, it's the same namespace called classes, and we have a class of user, so most probably there should not have been yeah, we did not use this. Let's use this. If we don't use this, it's not gonna be available. So here is Adam, everything is cool. Let's pass over again what we have done. First of all, we talked about SPL autoload register function, which gives us option before getting an error for when you pass the name of the class. PHP tries to refer this function to test seeing if this function exists, and if it exists, this function needs to refer to the file where actually this class exists. So we call for new user, and it calls this function. And because we use namespaces here with the keyword use, as we have created them in here inside player and user folders, we have them available, but actually the files are not included yet. So namespaces are available to use, but except that we also need to get the file so as PHP is able to work with this class. So what it does as a file path, we pass this road where we replace this sign with this, and we add in the name the class name and .php the file path, and we get the file path. And the reason we have the name of the file classes as the name of the namespace is the reason to have them as a our file path available better for us, because when file path comes, it passes all this data as an argument, and what we do, we just change this sign like this, and in the end we add this .php, and everything goes to the better. If our namespace name was different than the name of the folder, this maneuver would be a lot harder to do. So this is it about namespaces and autoloading. A nice theme which you need to remember, because this is one of the fundamental tools which you are going to use in your object-oriented development lifecycle. While what we did up to this moment is a great job, any server-side programming language won't make any sense without secure database connection. So right now let's work on that and understand how secure database connection works in object-oriented world. So I'm gonna create a folder, not inside part 9, but in completely new directory. Call it db. For the beginning, I am gonna have here our index.php file, which is gonna handle all the traffic, and create here a folder called data. We are using all what we studied, so we are gonna create a namespace. That's why I am having this data, and inside this data, let's study the first template of connection, which is called singleton. The other option is builder. So we are gonna study both of these templates in this lesson. Let's open now PHP text and create a namespace with a similar name to our folder. So as a writer, we can make the logic of accessing the file as good as possible. So the namespace is gonna be called data as well. We are gonna use PDO connection. So I'm gonna put here use PDO, which is gonna make sure that we don't get any errors. And right now I'm gonna straightly on jump to creation of the class called db, in which I'm gonna handle all the logic. First of all, I'm gonna start with private static property. Just follow along with me if you don't understand something. We are gonna move over this one more time. and read again until we all understand how the things are working. So I'm gonna create a private static property called instance, and I'm gonna give it a default value of null. On the other hand, I'm gonna have another static property which is again private. Let's just follow me. In the end, you understand that's why we need this private, why we need this to be static, and it's gonna be all much more clear to you just in several minutes. So I'm gonna call this connection. In a difference to instance, I'm not gonna have any default value for this at all. And let's have a couple of constants to see what I am doing. I'm not making any properties which are non-static, or I'm making just constants. So as here we don't have to actually create an instance of the class, and on the opposite we are gonna block the availability of creating an instance of the class. This class is referred to be called by two static methods which use static properties or constants. So our first constant is gonna be db name, which as soon as I'm using localhost, I think let's leave this. We will create the database name in minutes, but on the top of that we are going to have need our host. Let's call it db host, and our host by default is gonna be localhost. And then of course we need password and username. So let's copy this. I have the defaults of AMPPS, so let's call this user, and the other one is gonna be called pass. For user, I am gonna call its root, and the password is MySQL. Remember, these are just the defaults of AMPPS application. So let's call this MySQL, and let's directly jump and create a database so as we can access it. I'm gonna refer to my localhost. Let's see why it goes like this. Yeah, now it's correct. If I go to /AMPPS, I'm gonna jump straight forward to AMPPS main control dashboard, from where I can go to PHP my admin, and just in seconds it's gonna open our login page where we are gonna put all the information. Let's just wait a bit more. I have some slow loading time. I think some caching issue right after this part of recording, because I usually don't record, of course, like 5-6 hours straight. I record by piece. Like this lecture took me at least 10 days to record. At least I have a couple of days remaining at the moment when I am telling this. Yeah, finally it's opening, I guess. Finally, yeah, let's hope it won't get any slower while we are recording. Otherwise, I'm just gonna pause the video if it takes more than a couple of seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna pause this and I will clear the cache of my browser after recording. Yeah, it opened. So let's create a new table. So then the name of the table, let's call it users. And as soon as the users are here, we are in here. Let's create some tables for this. And for this, let's go to this table area, and I'm gonna call this user first. Let's create goals so as table is created, and now I think what we need initially is of course ID for every user that we are gonna access, and for each user I think we are gonna name. Let's add some more information and call it login or nick, which is gonna serve for nickname, and let's create a password. For ID I'm gonna put auto incrementation. I'm gonna make it primary. Yeah, everything is correct, and yeah, I'm ticking this box so as it increments every time we add a user. It's gonna be integer, the name is gonna be varchar, but I think we have better options. Let's call it tiny text. Let's put tiny text here too, because we are gonna limit this area. This moment I don't remember, but I believe for tiny text it's like 11 or 15 or characters long. And let's put tiny text for password too. Okay, whatever we did is good, and we are gonna review our SQL before we push and save it. Yeah, everything is good. Our user first inside our users is good to go inside our users database. So let's open this area and put the database name users as if we have created. And see right now what I'm doing private. I'm creating the construct function. So private function construct, and actually I don't need actually anything to go as a parameter, just because of one single reason, and that reason is that I don't want to give a chance to anyone create an instance of class db right now, because the construct is private. When I try, for example, to create an object, we are gonna get an error. So let's call obj is equal to new db, and an error of course is gonna pump out. I believe we called it db the folder. Yeah, and data singleton.php, it's here. Yeah, uncode error call to private data construct from invalid context, because when we create an object, we always call to construct, and when we put the construct to private, it means we are done. There is no any more way to create an instance of the class. And here I'm gonna call our static, and from hereby I'm gonna call our connection property which we have created, and here create a new instance of PDO which helps us to establish the connection between the database and the website. And here is how PDO works. First we'll write the name of our database management system, which in our case in MySQL, and putting this ending sign, and then what we need to pass here first is the name of host. So here's for how it's gonna be. Let's now work with concatenation, and what we are gonna concatenate in here, it's gonna be self, which we use to access our private constants which we have created here, and in our case I need the one on the 11th line, which is the name of our host, and it's db host. So let's have access to it, and right after our db host is concatenated, let's close this line, and secondly pass here the name of our database. So in our case it's gonna be a db name. So let's call here db name and it's equal, and again we are going to use concatenation. So let's do like this, and of course with self keyword pass here our database name, and we are gonna concatenate all these with a string, and for this part we are done. Now after comma we need to put in here the names of our user and the password. So for this I'm gonna call here self again, and for self I'm not gonna use first the username, and the second is the password. So let's pass here as an argument our db pass, and here we need to concatenate this ending sign, and that is it. This is what we are gonna have inside our database connection. Let's just put here the semicolon so as we don't get any errors. And right after this, let's care for some important stuff. What happens after cloning and waking up? We are all sure, of course, that we limited the options to create any instance of the class. But after cloning, some of our default methods are gonna be rewritten. So this is what we don't want to happen. So what we do now, we again make this private function of clone. So let's call it. So clone is also inaccessible whatever we do, even if we try to clone. So the biggest risk in what comes here for us is cloning. So hereby we solve this problem. When cloning, we are gonna have nothing. And let's do the same for the wake up magic method. Let's call it private to private function wake up, and we are doing pretty much the same. There is nothing else. And now what we need to do is creating a function of two functions which will help us to get the connection. So the first one is gonna be static function called get instance. We are not gonna have any arguments here, but what we need as an output is instance of the class. So that's why we are gonna strictly control it by putting here self. And first of all, what we're gonna do, we are gonna check if we have this connection yet or no. So if we don't have this connection, we are gonna call for this instance because we put it null. So if there is no any value, only then we are gonna give it a value. So if the condition is met and the value of instance is null, we are gonna give it a value. So in our case, it would be new static. By doing new static, we simply create an instance of our class in here. Yeah, we need this class for new static. So hereby we create an instance of class db, and it's gonna kept inside here. And if we already have, then it's gonna happen just nothing. We can't create other instances of connection. We can have just the one. That's why this is called singleton. And as a return value, we are gonna have our static property of instance. And the last function which we create here, let's call it public function of get connection. And what we want to have as an output is PDO instance of object. So we are gonna control it, and here is how we are gonna return our data. It's gonna be our static instance So what we did inside this get instance, we created an instance of our PDO class, because when we call this new static, it called this construct, and so connection got all the details. So let me just fix myself. It shall be connection in the end. So we created this get instance class which call this static instance, which gets a value of and calls this class to be executed, and the class is, when class is executed, we all know that what comes first is the construct function, and in construct function we clearly say that inside connection we give all the details. So by returning this, we are able to access our database. Now we can jump to our index.php file, which is still empty, but yeah, it's the other index. We need index inside our DB folder. So let's close everything else we don't need. Open our index, which should be empty. I think we did not do anything in here. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, opening PHP tags, and what we need to do first of all, I think we use namespaces in here, and yeah, it's correct. It is inside namespace. So let's use our data and the name of the class, which is called DB, and let's call for the connection. So I'm gonna hold the connection into a DB variable, and using our static method of get instance, establish the connection. So what I did in here, we use this get instance which calls for the construct, and the construct gives value of all the connection details and creates an instance of PDO object inside our connection variable, which was empty before that, while instance was null before calling this function. So right after this function is called, I'm gonna do like this, and referring in here, make a query, and the query is gonna be, for example, select everything, for which yeah, sorry, we need to put this columns. So we say select everything. We are gonna select everything from users, and thereby we can also fetch all. And that's it. This fetch all function comes with PDO, so everything is accessible, but we are still not set up. We need to check our MySQL database. So I'm inside users, it's correct, but in our case the name of the table is user first. I mixed up the name, so let's make this user first, and then let's add some rows here in here. Go for the structure area, the second one after rows. Let's wait a couple of seconds, and try to insert some data inside here. The ID we don't put here, it's auto incrementation. Name is gonna be John, nickname is gonna be Jonathan, and let's add one more detail as a password. Of course we don't store passwords like this, but it's not about passwords this lesson. And that's it. Let's tab go, and we should be able to see. And let's go one more time. This query is made, and now if we try to browse our database, we can see that we have John, but let's add one more user before we move on to checks, and it's gonna be Eve. Let's call nickname even. The password is gonna be the same. It's gonna be 123 and now when I hit go, we are gonna have our second line, second row of data. Yeah, and that's all correct. It's all in here, but we are still gonna have mistakes, because if you remember, just about 30 minutes ago in this video we talked about autoloading, but although we use it, we still don't have this DB accessible anywhere. PHP did not read the file yet. So there is a handy solution which we started already. It's SPL Autoload register function, about which we talked already, so I'm not gonna tell again about it, but still, let's create the function now immediately. For this, I'm gonna create a folder called helpers. This is how particular applications are gonna look like. On this side helpers, I'm gonna call this file ns autoloader and .php, and here I'm gonna store the file. So whatever I do about the autoloading, it's gonna go here, and I just need to require this file, and that's it. All the everything goes inside here. So let's call the function SPL register. Did I make a mistake? Yes, sorry, autoload register. I sometimes mix them. Autoload register, it waits for us a callback function. So let's do the function and pass a string data with argument class name. And hereby we need to start. We need to show the road, and as you know, we helped in data folder, and we called this data. So when we call this, it was db. Yeah, it's db. So let's call also this file in the same way, db. So as we don't have to everything, we just change this to this. Yeah, just keeping d, and that's it. We get the route we need. And hereby, first we need the path. Let's get the current path initially, and here we are gonna do directory name and call to file. This is gonna return us the destination of this helpers folder. So let's dive with this variable in it, so as you can see what this file does for us. Reloading the page, and class db not found. Let's see. Yeah, I actually did not call this inside index. That's the reason we had this error. So let's require once. I like writing in this way, and I'm gonna require in the folder of helpers, and the name of the file is nsautoloader.php. Reloading the page one more time, and we should be able to see the route. Still unexpected error on line 6. Let's see where the error comes from, actually, where we made the mistake. So unexpected end of line on line 6. Yeah, I think I need to check where it comes from. Yeah, I think it's in ns autoloader. Yeah, now I understand. Yeah, you see it shows us our helpers file. So let's go one file down. So let's call this parent directory, and inside here name put current path, which is gonna return our directory to this data, and this is where actually we need that. So let's also dive one more time with parent directory, and so as we can see the results visually, and yeah, we are getting our db, so it's correct, we are getting our db folder, and from db we just need to go from data to db.php, and as we have seen inside use we have this data db. So let's complete the logic inside our autoloader. If you did not get what I'm doing, just come back. We just talked about this about 30-40 minutes. I'm gonna cut by lines which part of video talks about which, so as you can follow always along with me. Meanwhile, if you don't understand, please go back by the timing I put in my description and study this autoload register function one more time. And here's how it's gonna look like. It's gonna have a parent directory, and with this I'm gonna use concatenation, concatenating like this, and I'm gonna concatenate to this as we have done before. Any sign like this, which we use in when we try to get the namespace, would be converted to this sign. In the end, we are gonna always add this class name. So when the class name comes, we are just gonna do one more concatenation, which is gonna be ending of our file in .php. So we got everything. Let's just require the file. And for requiring, yeah, I guess we don't need even anything like this. Let's just put path here. And just I'm gonna fix this typo, and I believe that's it. About our auto loading, reloading the page. Yeah, we have to get instance from content. Now let's understand where actually we made a mistake, because I think everything was perfect with what we wrote. Let's go down to our get instance function, and we are going to see that it's private. So the problem is here because we need this function to be accessible outside of class. So I just continued on the line with this private functions and made a mistake. So it needs to be public. And let's make amendments also in this line of code of our PDO connection, because I think we have a couple of mistakes. So first of all, I think we don't need this part. And also we are not gonna need anything in here. And let's see if we can get any error by going into our index file. So let's hold this for a while and see if we have any error when trying to establish a connection. Let's wait a bit more while we get an answer. We have syntax error on line 17 of our db.php. Let's see where it is and where actually the problem is. I think it's this semicolon we don't need. We closed it just here, and after reloading I hope we won't have any more mistakes. And the password is problematic, although I think everything is correct. Yeah, I think we don't need here a semicolon too. It is just for PHP, not as a string. So let's reload one more time. And yeah, right now everything is correct. So let's go back and make a query. But if we remember what we do inside our get connection, all the information in this get connection method. So we need to call this query just on get connection method, and I think we would be fine. And reloading, if it's a blank page, it means everything is cool, and I think we are ready to do var dump. So I'm gonna echo pretext here. Let's clean this part. So, and now we are ready to var dump. So this function should call all the information inside our table user first. So I'm gonna keep this like this in table variable, and so as I can var dump it a lot easier and not to call the same functions 2 times. Opening the browser, and we can see an array of elements, so everything is gonna be cool. Let me close this part, and okay, that's cool. So we were able to successfully make a connection using singleton. So let's pass the topic to building queries. And this is the last thing that we are gonna do in this video. I'm gonna clean this echo area at all and remove and comment, or let's keep this table variable and jump back to our data folder. And here we need to create another option, which is builder.php, and we are gonna follow the rule which tells that in each file we have just one class. That's why we create this builder.php file. And now let's follow the process. Why we need this builder at all? Hereby, in our index.php, we have passed a simple query where user is like this. But what if we wanna go further and say where, for example, id is equal to 5, or where id is bigger than 5, and etc. So all these things may be coming, and this where may be just not one. We may have multiple filters. So let's disclose all this functionality into one function, which is called builder. So hereby I'm gonna create one calling class builder, and just not to leave this empty, let's just put into namespace of the same data which we have been having for our DB connection too. And here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a couple of variables, the ones that we are gonna need, and we are gonna iterate over them. So let's start from simple ones. These are all the information will be kept that we are gonna use in our SQL query inside this variable, and I'm gonna make them private so as nobody can have access to them. And we're gonna do the same. We can protect it from cloning, protect it, and with private we protect it from being used into extension into childs of this class. So we are gonna do private array. So here we control the type of what we are gonna have, and let's call it select, and it's an array. But while we won't always need this, because sometimes we need to take everything, I am gonna give it a default value, a star, which means everything in SQL language. Next thing which we are gonna have is where from do we get the information, from which table. So I'm gonna put this a string, but it can be a null too. That's why I'm gonna put this question mark just before the string and call it from, and I'm gonna give it a default value as well, and the default value is gonna be null. Continuing our coding, I'm gonna create the next array, which is gonna be where. And what where does, which is obligatory to have, where, for example, our id is bigger than 6, or we can go forward and tell where the name is equal to this. It doesn't matter, but this is what we need. And after first where, if we need multiple filters, we are using and where construction. So I'm gonna have a different one property, which is gonna be and where. It's gonna be an array too, so let's keep all the things under the control. And we can have also or where. So these are all the options that we could have inside our SQL query. So let's call this or where, and it's gonna be, it's definitely, these are all gonna be arrays, but there is just one. We also may need to order what we are having, and let's have it as an array too, and call it order by, and it's gonna be equal to an array too. Now let's continue by creating function for each one of these, which are gonna make our query, so as we can pass an array of objects inside our query from the main index file, and our functions make a clean construction from it. So And let's go for public function select, and here we are gonna need an array of objects, so let's put here as an array to control the type which we are gonna use, and have one argument which is gonna be called select, and let's have self as a result of our function. So here we are gonna first check if our array is empty or no. And by the way, coming back to this keyword self, we talked about this a couple of lessons ago in this same video, and what self means that the result is gonna be an instance of the same class. So that's what our self means. And here we are gonna say if our array that we got is empty, so maybe a user puts an array which is empty, we are gonna throw an error. So let's call it throw new, and the error which we are gonna use is called invalid argument error. So let's call it, or I think I'm mistaken, I did not use it for a long time, it should be an exception, invalid argument exception. This is how it works, and it's gonna have the following message to the user. It's gonna be select shall not be empty, but I gave a default value for select. Yeah, but anyway, let's just keep this empty if it's like that. I'm just gonna remove this default value because I think it's better to ask the user to put here something. So if we say it shall not be empty, it's not logical to have a default value as well. So what we are gonna do next, if our condition is met and our select is not empty, I'm gonna give this a value, of course. So I'm gonna call this select is equal to select, and this is it, pretty simple. So this is the first part of our job. Now let's continue to form string. So let's go here by the same way, public function, and for from we are gonna have again one argument, but in this case it's gonna be string, and I'm gonna call the argument from. And now let's do the same check. If it's not empty, then we can give it a default value, but rather I would like here again to have an instance of the same class as well. This all will be visible in the end. Why this self? Right now it does not make sense, but in the end we will understand how much this self keyword is gonna support us. So we are gonna say if it's empty, and the emptiness is gonna be selected by the string. If it's empty, you can also do other checks, like if it's 0 characters, then again I'm gonna throw an invalid argument error. So yeah, I copied all the lines, so I just need this one line, and I'm gonna say that table shall not be empty, because it's table name, we shall not let it to be in empty situation. So, and I'm gonna, if we don't get an error, I'm gonna just give it the value that it had. So let's keep this function too and pass to where. Let's go from top to bottom. Public function where, which accepts an array as a type, and it has one argument. And for this again I am gonna use self, and going to the next line of code, I'm just gonna put this like this, if this, because for where is not really mandatory in our SQL query. So Actually, we don't need this to be checked. If it's empty, it's okay, then it's empty. We don't have any problem for this at all. But by the way, I think we could have also return data in here. Let's return something so as we don't have errors in our functions. So let's return here keyword this and return keyword this for our var function 2. And that is it. And the other one is end-var, and I think for end-var we don't need to check for emptiness too. Let's call this end-var. End-var is an array too, and let's call this end-var. Let's call our self and do the same thing as we did for the function that we had in var, just with a difference that we are doing the same for end-var. Let me see if I'm correct in the name of the property. Yeah, it's all correct. So we are good also for this function we don't have, and because for all var we don't have any particular huge need to, let's do the same for over 2. If you don't understand what's end-var or var, like I urge you to study my SQL language. What SQL language does, it's part of being a backend developer. So if you don't understand this, like I really can't do much. It's just now you who shall start working on your knowledge on that part. So let's do here over. So if you are not understanding what I'm doing, then just pause this video please and then try to study what actually SQL does and come back. Now let's copy this one more time, because we have also the last property after over, which is order by, and I'm gonna call the function in the same way, an argument in the same way, and let's change this to, and we are done. Order by, let's just change this, and we are good to go. And now it's the part of writing the function which makes something from it. All this was just to check and give them what they deserve, but right now we need to make a query. So this is the most important part of what we are doing. Let's call this, let's follow me, public function get query, and it's not gonna have any argument, and we expect only string value as an output. So now, although we did some checks here, we need to follow also to do some checks also inside our get query function before we pass this as an argument to our database connection. So let's first check if our form is empty. So yeah, I think I am gonna fix this. If I'm not mistaken, we called it form. So if we select everything, so if our form is empty, we are gonna again throw an error. Just double checking, although we did check. Let's do it one more time in order someone tries to reset the value, and let's just put as an exception. It's not invalid argument error. It's if you don't have form, it's not gonna work. So let's just refer to exception here, and after checking for form if it's okay or no, let's pass to query. I'm gonna create a string which is gonna hold the value of all the query and start concatenations. So let's go like this, concatenating with select. Here I am gonna start already working like this. I'm gonna put here an implode function, and inside implode I'm gonna use comma as a separator to get an array, and I'm gonna hold here this to our select. So this is what we have been selecting from our database actually. And now let's do our query one more time, because as you have seen, was about concatenation. Yeah, I missed the sign in here. Yeah, let's do this one more time, but this time let's do it from. This is how actually the construction works for us. Let's leave space in between, select what we want from here, from where. Right now we are telling from where we want. So this from, and here we are done. If you remember, from was a string, so we don't expect actually array coming here. It's just a string with the name of database where we want information to come from. Now there comes the rest, and the rest is of course is gonna be inside loops mostly. So again, some if checks. Right now I'm gonna check if our where is empty. If not empty, our where, so let's call our where property. I'm gonna follow this. So if it's not empty, and let's do one more check. Now let's count how many what we have inside our array. What's the number of I believe we are gonna have strings. What's the number of strings inside there? So for this we are gonna use a native PHP count function, and I'm gonna pass as an argument where. And if it's what we are gonna do, the logic inside this if is in case we have more than one string inside where. So let's count. Let's use e to count here and run our for each loop if we have of course more than one string inside there. So let's do like this, as it's gonna be as conditions, because where stands for conditions that we are gonna need to get information from database. I'm gonna put my glasses. Let's call it condition and run the loop just in between. But we need to understand if it's first or no. If it's first, it's gonna be different. If it's next, then we need to use and. So let's do it the same in this way. If our e is equal to 0, we are gonna add to our query or concatenate to our query the following construction, where, and pass here the condition. Okay, we pass the condition. For this part, we are good. And if it's not the first, and we are gonna do the following. Else, we are gonna do our query, again doing the same concatenation and telling and for the next condition. So now let's put here the semicolon and see the case in which this if is bigger is not bigger than 1. So in that case, we are gonna call here else case, and first of all we are gonna get the name of the column. So actually we need to get the index. Sometimes the index is not 0 if you added removed some elements from an array, then index may not be 0. So now, not just to make sure we don't have any mistake, let's use array key first. So if you remove the first element of an array, the first one is supposed to be the we should refer in as a 1, the next one. So that's fine. Let's not go with 0, but let's get the key of the first element in the array, which usually is gonna be 0. So but in our case we are gonna refer to this var, and this is gonna return us 0 in most cases. And the next case, what we are gonna do, we are gonna start again concatenation with the query, and it's gonna be working this way, again following the same structure, saying var, and right now let's refer to it. So we are gonna call to this to var property and give it as a key whatever we get inside name column. So let's put it here. Right now it should give us 0, so we don't have any problems here at all. So as soon as we are done with this var part, now let's go to end var. So for this I'm gonna go this way, check if it's actually has everything, has at least one element, so to see if it's not empty. And as an argument to empty function, we are gonna give, in our case, the end var. So let's see if I remember the name correctly. Yeah, end var. So let's follow with this and call end var. And then if it has some elements in here, we are gonna iterate over each using for each iterator. So here's how we are gonna do. So, and again I'm gonna call this condition and start iterating, and for every time right now I don't need to check if it's first or second. For end var is pretty clear, it comes after var, so we don't have any problems here at all. It just here if user passes in var more than 1, we use this end condition, but here we really give just ends. So we are gonna concatenate here, and inside the brackets we are gonna use write end and pass our condition. So we are gonna push it like this. So for end var we are done with this, and it's gonna be pretty close construction for all var. So let's follow the rules. So let's put it all var, and we are gonna do the concatenation also there. So right now this is the main thing that we have already done inside our getQuery function, and all this was dependent on the fact if we have var or no, because without var nothing matters. But except var, let's also check for our order by. If it's not empty, if it's empty, let's make it appropriately going into the SQL language. So I'm gonna refer to this, and I think, let me check the name of the property just not to make any mistakes in here. So this, if our order by, if our array has elements in it, let's just query, and we don't need even concatenation. Let's just tell order by, give it a space, and then concatenate with implode. Everything is gonna come here divided by a comma. So let's put a comma here, and give it as a second parameter this order by. And I believe this is it. And what we need to get from the function, we need to return the query. So this query will have all the details of whatever we have written here. So if everything is cool right now, let's jump to testing. Now let's jump to our index.php, and this is where we established safe connection to our singleton. And right now I'm gonna comment or skip the table, it doesn't actually matter to us. And let's make an SQL query using our query builder. So let's call this query builder, and let's remember and call this, let's creating a new instance of class new builder. And but before that, let's use this, because without use our register autoload function is not gonna run. So I'm gonna put it like this, it's and call the builder. And I think we should not have any problems, although we can reload the page. So reloading, it's still an error, but it's online builder. Yeah, it's in the file on line 105. So let's see where actually we have this error running. 105. Yeah, it's just semicolon, as it usually happens. And let's see, yeah, now we are clean of any error, so everything except that is good. And as I told, we are now ready to have this array of elements, which I'm gonna call SQL, or let's do like this, calling to our query builder. And now let's call to function. First one I think was called, let's call first our from function. I'm gonna divide my window into two parts. Let's save before that and make the division of our window. So on one side we are gonna have our index, and on the other side we are gonna have our builder. I would like to have index on the left side. So let's clean the rest. We will see if it's needed and start from the top. So first, usually when we run a function, we have this from statement. So let's see. Yeah, so we have it called from, although because it's a bit long, it's okay to write the function like this. So I'm gonna have it from. Let's open our database. And so as we have can access, I'm gonna go to PHP myadmin to remember the name of the table. Yeah, it has closed me because it has logged me out. It's okay, I'm gonna log in again. Yeah, and inside users, let's see what is the name of database, of the table to be more exact, user first. So I'm gonna have from user first, and I'm gonna put where, and for where we have this array of elements, and let's get information by ID, for example, where ID is equal to 1. So I'm gonna do this, or let's say get everything where ID is bigger than 1. It's more interesting for me to do this. So this is done, and yeah, let's fix this error. The other one, what we want to do, it's order by. Let's see if I remember the name of the function correctly. I'm gonna run to my builder file, and order by, yeah, everything correct. And the value I'm gonna pass in here is gonna be called login ASC. So another, and then I'm gonna get the query, but I think I might be having an error, so let's anyway do this select still with a default value, which is gonna be everything. So as I don't have to pass it here, so anyway, it's actually better to have a default one for select. And as soon as this connection is done, so what I am gonna do, I'm gonna give as a query this SQL, not what I wrote in here, but this SQL, which, and the result which we get in the end of this, in the end of the function get query. So let's go down. Yeah, get query is here. It returns this query variable. So if that's cool, let's also var dump all this stuff, so as we are able to see that what we do works. So I'm gonna do it using some pretext before. As soon as I don't have plan to have anything beside after that, I'm not gonna close the pretext anymore. So let's do var dump and call the table. Now we can reload our page and see what we got. Yeah, call to member function fetch all on boolean. So let's see why actually we have this problem. Let's just, if we just fetch, will we get, yeah, we are still having this. It returns a boolean value? I don't think so. Let's var dump our SQL and see what we get as a result. So as we can fix the problem. Yeah, it still insists on us having the problem. So let's just leave this part empty and completely, let's just leave SQL here. I'm just commenting this table for a while until we see what's, so select everything from user first, everything is good, where ID is bigger than 1, and I want to order by login ASC. I think everything looks good, and I think the problem comes that our query has a problem, because usually this what it tells that our error that query gave boolean result of false, which means there is a problem inside our SQL query, and actually I want to understand where the problem comes from. So if I copy all this and I put it here instead of a variable, I would be, yeah, let's put it like this, and let's see what we get actually like this. I think, yeah, it's, the problem is somewhere, maybe let's, if you remove this order by area, I think it would be no problems. Yeah, there are no problems. If I remove this order by, maybe there is no problem is from here. Yeah, it's still a problem. So let's see why this order by gives us an error. Yeah, because I get an error because this login, actually there is no any login inside my rows, so that's why it gives us, for example, I can order by ID and keep it ascending, and it's not gonna return any error. So let's still remove this and put our SQL in here, and instead of login, let's order by ID, because I thought I have this, I have inside here also login, but I don't have it inside, so it needs to be one of these columns. So in our case, I decided to use ID. We are getting error because I did not have any login column in here. So right now, I think if I do the table in the var dump, we are not going to get any errors. So let's reload the page. And yeah, everything is cool. We got what we want. But just to make this look a bit better, as you can see, it's not really coding friendly. Let's use one of the nicest feature of using PDO, and I'm just gonna do like this. Call fetch a sock. Fetch as an associative array. We fetch a sock. So if I'm not mistaken, this is the correct syntax. So after reloading, yeah, we see a lot more better. So we see just if, because what we passed here, I'm gonna close this builder, it has done its job, more than 1. But if I put here more than 0, we are gonna get a lot better connection. So you see it also, the John comes. So that's it, my friends. We were able to make a builder, to make queries. So what we did, it was all in the logic of object-oriented programming. We made a class which generates for us SQL query. We made a class with a singleton which generates for us connection. So that's it. We know what all object-oriented programming is. We know its main features. And it's really time, if you want to continue your study, to study what's Composer, what's MVC, and continue some practicing with reflection. And then you will be ready to study some Laravel or Symfony, any library that you would like. So thanks if you were with me up to this moment. Sound was a bit bad sometimes. I had these problems while recording, but I hope you enjoyed the course. I tried to put as much as possible. I wish you luck in your studies. Just don't forget, subscribe and comment. I'm gonna do my best to provide you with more content.